Hello and welcome to another session of Flannic. We got eaten by a bag of devouring last session, if you didn't know. This compilation of sessions is when the players were separated and had individual sessions with the Ember. We hope you enjoy.
The empty room that you get to celebrate in. Grom, we'll cut to this memory that no one gets to see. It's Grom sitting quietly at his table, the candle lights flickering, holding a rare cup in his hand. It's not filled with just standard hydrating liquid. It's quite an inebriated night for Grom as he quietly thinks about his life choices, the people he's protected, and those that he trusted is the ones he cared for. And what the fuck is going on with that bag as it sits on the other side of this table as he contemplates to himself if this is something he's supposed to protect? Is it something he's going to destroy? Is it something he should bring to somebody else? It's plenty of questions, and he doesn't know if it's something that he should be in a rush for, or if something that he should take his time. It's too many unknowns for him. But if there's one thing he knows, is that he has lost the ones he cares for, and he's not one for mementos. So he stands up and he grabs this bag. He walks across the room and he throws it and tosses it straight into the forge. As he sits back, downs this cup in his hand, and just takes a nice slow breath to himself as he watches the flames lick at the edge of this bag and the heat start to turn into as it coils inside the embers. The entire thing kind of starts to almost writhe in pain underneath the effects of the fire. And then we cut to Ishide, the first into the bag. The nice dark void you found yourself in. You felt this feeling of homeliness, this fresh grass smell that everyone else compares to as the comfort of home. It made sense when you finally entered this void, and you felt your body start to really expand inside this space, to really, find freedom, and you felt like you were taking flight once again on the ride with a dragon, but in your own willpower, you felt yourself becoming more free to the world. But you realized, as this was, your vision started to go, and you were more just sensing around you. You were no longer confined by your physical body. And this sense of freedom has completely tossed your mind out of any attachments that you had behind you, your friends, your items, anything around you is no longer a worry, as your soul itself is enjoying the absolute freedom of the void. Will you go ahead and roll a wisdom check?
I'd love to.
There you go.
At least it wasn't a 12.
This wasn't a 12. So your mind kind of flickers for a second as you kind of realize you were doing something at one point, weren't you? What was your last task? Go ahead and run those favorite little things called a history check.
Oh wait, history's there.
Somewhere about. Maybe you were doing something.
Maybe.
With no assistance.
Tell.
What happened last session?
Where did the last session start? Can I ask for clarification? No, you said no assistance. I think we started coming out of the cave.
Hey, yo.
Maybe. Okay. Yeah, we were on our way out of the cave. The dragons took us out. And then we discussed with Grom and explained the situation, or at least what we knew of it. And then not a lot happened as we ended a session early due to unfortunate events. We all went back to the house. and met back up with Caliban, who we all continued going back to the house. And when we got there, we remembered the head and where that could possibly have gone. So we looked for it, and the first response is, have we properly checked the bag? So, Ishide, for example, is one of the many people who tried to check the bag, reaching her arm inside to like feel the bottom, check if it was there, as not you'd feel like it was a normal thing to do.
Yeah, totally.
And-
with a human-sized head and.
And then when that happened, okay, well, okay, it was in the bag,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, it was. You're right. You're
Yeah.
so right. Maybe it
because she
still
reached
is.
her arm in, and she continued to get pulled in further, and at some point, for her own reasons, she chose to willingly try and go into the bag. And she did so. It didn't go very well. Juniper followed after her, of her own free will, she would have done it anyway. And then Mal and Caliban realized they were both dead. So they both chose to join them in their new death state. And Grom cried. And also, Grom burned that bag. He doesn't fully know what happened. We could have come back through that bag for all he knew. That could be our only way out that he just destroyed. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. Could have been. Who knows?
I mean, my assumption would be if
Was-
everyone went in the bag, they would all come out the bag.
We'll see what happens with people. Who knows what? Who knows if anything ever comes out of the bag?
I hope not.
Not anymore. So. Yes. As Ishide knows it, you're here floating in this void. Make one of those phenomenal perception checks you really good at.
I'd love to. I thought that was a 1 for a second.
Yeah, no, you actually a phenomenal check. You're again not really even much looking with your eyes. You're more of just looking with your senses as you kind of just really you're just kind of taking the moment to feel about yourself and just kind of reach your senses as far out as you can, since you generally remember the bag and what happened now at this point. And you find that somewhere out in the distance, somewhere about as your mind starts to kind of focus, you do feel something. Not albeit large, but something solid, farther off in the direction that you're generally facing. Being it the only thing in your perceptive range, would you be considering yourself heading in that direction?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, would you? How would you consider yourself to travel? In this sense of being you find yourself in.
I assumed I was kind of just like floating.
So you.
Wait, I'm confused by the question.
I guess like, if you would consider yourself floating, in a sense of light, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Well, I'm just like, do you consider? It's going to be a lot of on your perception of this. So would you consider yourself floating across the floor? Would you consider
No,
yourself
like in the... Yeah.
Run an intelligence check.
To see if I know how to fly.
Pretty much, yeah. And not not too bad, not too great. Overall, pretty good. Yeah, you kind of wheel yourself forward towards this one mass, and originally nothing more than, so say, a water balloon, a little softball, nothing all that abundantly huge. Make sure to see what size this came out to be. Yeah. Grab your actress. There we go. So you're continuing forward.
Mhm.
Why is everything black and white for you?
I don't know why that keeps happening. Just turn a torch on. It'll be fine.
Yeah. What? It only illuminates around you. Why is your vision not correct? That's an interesting bit, isn't it?
I don't really know. Maps and visions have always confused me with this.
Ah. Because your vision was set specifically to only dark vision. There you go.
Okay.
Okay. Fix that. There we go. Because yes, dark vision doesn't officially get color. But so you're sensing this mass in front of you, and again, usually eternally small, but as you kind of willing yourself forward in this mental mindset you have in, you almost start to feel yourself also accelerating. You feel your perception start to grow. You feel yourself coming faster and faster to a speed that you hadn't necessarily expected. And as this object starts to even grow in size, as you feel yourself approaching towards it, it continues to expand higher and higher in size. And light almost starts to fill your vision as it gives this slight glow, as if it's a light farther and farther that's coming towards you. Run another perception check.
I'd love to. Oh. Duh.
Would you? Hey.
Slightly beat the
Those
last one.
perceptions you're so good at. Exactly. This mass starts to grow size and higher size, and something that akin to a basketball, and then even larger, gets to be about size like a beanbag chair, and it has a very odd shape as it starts to grow larger. It has two elongated sizes. Word choices.
Yeah.
There are two masses on top and bottom with an interconnecting channel in center. We'll go ahead and load you over to this one. You notice that this mass starts to pull you closer. I shouldn't have vision on this map. There we go. You notice yourself, as you get closer and closer towards this, you notice the mass starts to just continue to expand around you. As light starts to flicker even farther behind it, you get more and more lights start to fill this landscape in front of your eyes, and it starts to unfold. As your eyes start to focus, you realize even if you were to stop willing yourself forward, you are now still accelerating greatly towards this mass. You may have some kind of control to consider where you'd like to land.
Can I go up here?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, you can make some kind of movements up there if you'd like to will yourself in that direction. Like another intelligence check to see how well you can fight these forces around you.
Am I using
wherever you'd like to land? move your token as such. You're you feel this intrinsic control over yourself, much as a bird in flight. And while a rarity for you, you've studied animals before and in flight, and you've to the point of complete understanding of different owls and birds. You know it's within your capability to do so. You slow yourself down, you get to a nice glide, you start to make even some small banks as you kind of coil yourself down towards this landmass as it continues to grow, and just you find yourself a nice area off towards the side of the city. You start to see this larger population all around as you get closer to it, to be that thereof a city and civilization. Run an insight check.
I'd love to.
You're coming upon an unfamiliar place with unfamiliar people, unfamiliar and you're all alone, just general place of being. Do you want to try and land directly in the city, or would you like to go more towards the outskirts and come inward?
Like the entrance, if I can spot where that is, or like some kind of gate around the edge. Also, question, do I know I'm dead?
Not particularly.
Okay, just checking.
You're, a little focused on what you're going forward with. As you start to kind of, glide and slow yourself down towards the entrance of the city, you start to see that there's a bit of a bustle. There's actually what even looks like people from this distance going about and kind of traveling throughout the city. But as as your eyes can actually start to focus on what you're perceiving here, you feel like an electric burn in the air for a second. Your senses kind of alight for a moment, and you catch that along the edge of the walls there are a handful of what almost seems like defensive positions that have all kind of turned up and pointed up in your direction. How would you like to handle that?
Do they look like they're gonna act, or are they just like watching?
They are directly pointed at you. And with your insight, they do seem like they are defending themselves against you, yes.
Would like to land slightly, like continue going down, but I will move further away from them.
You do notice that off to the side there is, surrounding the city and almost the complete complete radius around it, but more to what would be this left side. There are what seems like these darker hills and piles of mass up and down. If you'd like to try and go for one area there, or there's another flatter area to the south of it.
I'm sorry, what was the other side? There was one flatter area and one like rocky area?
This seems more like kind of a rocky hilly area. This area seems flatter on the south end.
I'll go to the flatter area.
Okay. Just slide you down that way.
Yeah, my WSD keys aren't working for some reason.
Do you make sure you have your token selected?
Yeah, it's just definitely selected.
Well, you should be fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
So yeah, you'll come down here. So as you start to circle around, I'm gonna go ahead and run a bunch of dice. Don't worry, don't freak out. But we are gonna run a perception on a handful of things. And would you run a counter stealth check?
Oh, I'd love to, because I'm so good at stealth.
Yeah. Oh, that was almost the 18. Yeah. As you kind of come down, you sweep down a little lower into this more flatter area. You start to notice that there is a bit of almost like an assembly line of people working back and forth. There's a couple of creatures working along some small piles of just different pieces and parts that they're moving things around, and two larger creatures up to the side who are kind of watching the whole thing, and one of them kind of leans over and hits his buddy on the shoulder for a second and points up towards you as you're coasting down.
Kind of creatures?
Run a nice perception check.
I mean, I lost my old dragon. I got 70% kills.
Beautiful perception. You
Nice.
I'll bring it to you actually. Two, I said. What you see standing down below is this paler figure with large wings coming off to the side of it. In his hand, both his hands, he grasps a great sword in his center as he stands next to himself another larger, much larger than you expected.
Oh.
All right. A larger figure with, his upper half exposed, and lower half is this elegant sash kind of tied around himself. So again, he reaches over to another figure matching his description, kind of gives him a tap on the shoulder and a little push, and points up in your direction with his other hand.
I'll just continue going towards the ground.
Okay. All right. So we will start you down here. Are you trying to land closer to them or farther away from them?
The amount of distance where I don't piss off the defense thingies.
You are distantly away from.
Probably just like down from wherever I was, is what I'd say. She wouldn't necessarily move towards them until she's on the ground.
Okay, grab that, and we fixed your vision. We'll put you right there, just slightly away from everybody to a point. And since your last perception was really well, you go to land, and you're not too far away from one of the larger piles. Not too close, not too far. As you touch the ground here, and you get to notice that as you land, what is these piles of things that they've been moving in between have been piles of corpses and pieces of people's bodies, different beings out and about, just strewn corpses across.
Do they look like they're responsible for them?
Come on, man. Do the right button. So approaching you from above are the two from before. They seemed like they were actually generally organizing and ahead of all the other workers in this area.
Okay.
Yeah, at the current moment, these two approach towards you.
Yeah, if they're coming towards her, she'll probably just wait.
So as they kind of do, the one you had seen first and the one that noticed you kind of steps forward, and in this language that you do understand,
Yeah.
as Celestial comes forward. You've come to our lands. Welcome, young spirits of the deceased. You take this second to kind of furrow yourself for a moment, and kind of what you would generally almost, curl your head to the side. You realize that like your movements of yourself seem less controlled than you expected. And it's at this point I'll get you to run a Constitution check.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. You feel this shocking pain course through your entire body as you've tried to come to a standstill, and you kind of, what would be you doubling over, you feel your entire sense of being kind of tilt and fall over for a second. You go to reach your hand towards your chest, and you realize that you have nothing more than a wispy form of a body, nothing physical that you can move. You're more of in a gaseous state, your entire spirit and body leaving trails behind yourself. As you kind of look down to the rest of your body, you realize you are nothing more than the breath of wind that should fill the trees. You are empty, without any physical form. That is where this one closer to you kind of stops and chuckles for a second. Oh, yes, your state of being seems to be catching up. You should not be here as you are.
What does that mean exactly?
Through your gritted, pained teeth, you can get some general responses back. You're asking what it means, sir?
Yeah.
Oh, this place is not for people of your kind. You should be passing to the underworld. How did you find yourself here with no mortal shell?
There was a bag, and yeah, we went into the bag, and now this.
Oh, you find yourselves in this plane with no good explanations. Quite unlucky you find yourself a prize. The other one kind of steps forward with a small laugh, and those, yes, quite unlucky with this little one. Quite a shame, but shouldn't she be less delicious looking? The other one kind of sneers and cheers for a second. Oh, no, come now. Do not be so tempting to our guests. No, we should definitely take good care of our pristinely weakened friends. As he kind of reaches his free hand up to this bottom of his jaw, and you even notice one finger kind of tap the bottom lip that he has as he widens his entire face into a smile.
A backtracking question. Do I know that anyone else even climbed in the bag, or did I die before I saw anything?
You were unaware of anybody else's presence once you hit the void. You couldn't hear anybody, and
Okay.
it's not really something you focused on either.
Yeah, it wasn't the
definitely-
top of my head though.
Definitely don't have anybody else around you currently,
Okay.
or consider yourself expecting any reinforcements either.
Yeah. Not gonna be dragging anyone to the core. I get it. How exactly do I get back?
Which one are you addressing?
The
Just
first
general
one who
building?
started talking. The green one?
Little one, back is a strong request. That would not be able to be done without great power. Magics of unknown, we do our best to not interfere with such mortal planes that your scrumptious self comes from.
Is there anyone I can talk to about it? Or do I just... What am I supposed to do?
Make another constitution check.
I'd love to.
Why, there was maybe some plentiful bowers around. You feel that kind of just pain in your chest just throb again. His entire like heartbeat almost tries to course through you from your center, as you kind of feel as it does reach to the outside of like what would be where your fingertips should be. It just kind of seeps outwards more as almost like fog dissipating. And there should be some personnel, some people around, but none you have the time to meet. I can tell you're quite precarious situation. You have not much time for this world as you are.
What am I supposed to do then? Just... wait here?
Waiting to your death would be such a waste of beauty you have. You
God, that's so
would
creepy.
need something to contain your scrumptious self into something pristine and beautiful to match your radiant soul.
Such as?
And the other one to his side, just, oh, brother, we had such the greatest shell yesterday. We had a beautiful doll. She would fit perfectly into. Oh, yes, it's a shame we turned that one in. It was a favorite. I believe. Wait here for half a moment. And the green one kind of turns for a second and strides back off into the side. You hear him start to kind of give some words and some conversations out farther down.
Okay.
And it's and the one that's here with you kind of takes a step closer and just kind of you can hear him almost start to breathe in as he kind of sniffs and pulls. You realize he does need a long breath in.
Oh, your mic?
Breathes
Okay,
all the
never
way
mind,
in.
that. I did not hear, like, the last
No, yeah.
second of that.
No, he takes a nice deep breath. He pulls the air in from his nostrils, and he does. You kind of feel your being start to kind of pull towards him for a second as he's almost pulling in your essence. Gives this nice long deep breath in, just and taste as beautiful as you should. It would be quite an honor to keep you around. Yeah, also joins that overly toothy smile. But it'll be with that. The other one is walking on his way back. And do you have anything to say to the bluer of the two?
I don't think I can stay, but thanks.
Of course, I understand the urgencies you would have, but leaving would be such a tribulation. And the other one has returned. You see, you see in his hands, what would for him be?
A corpse?
To his size, nothing more than about his chest, about half his body. He's holding in his hand, as he's now completely sheathed his sword, an iron cage, sitting, about 3-4 feet high, and we'll say about 4 feet by 4 feet, square. And inside there is the dead corpse of a small animal. And it'd be that of a deer that you recognize.
I recognize. Oh, I recognize as a deer. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, what deer do I know?
So he kind of comes, he steps forward, he sits down, and oh, you sweet, innocent little one. This would very encapsulate your shell. You should be mayhaps a trite uncomfortable, but something I believe would perfectly protect you.
I'm sorry, am I supposed to... What am I supposed to do?
'Tis an empty shell to house yourself on. Think of it as nothing more than a set of clothes. Is something you can don yourself with.
Is the cage closed around the deer?
Very. You don't even recognize a door.
Maybe we should take it out of the cage and then I'll try.
Oh, it's quite a bit of a process, you see. We are two quite employees of the Natural Lord here. He's not quite someone who passes the keys around as such, but this will keep you very safe and well groomed, of course, or hygiene. This is your words.
Do you have anything not in a cage?
And he kind of takes a second to lean back and put his hand to his chest. Of course, if you mind picking through the trash. And he graces his hand out to the right towards these piles this way, farther and farther down. You can kind of focus your eyes a little bit, and you can see that even past these couple piles here, there's actually farther lines and lines of pieces going down. But I promise you this, if you pass upon our offer of great kindness, it will not be a better deal for you.
What exactly would happen while I'm a deer in a cage?
Darling, you would still quite be yourself, I promise. It's just a matter of getting you somewhere safe and comfortable to better prepare yourself.
Prepare
Run
myself.
an insight check.
I'd love to. That'd be great.
Yeah, there we go. You would be safe and well taken care of.
This is bullshit.
I'm kidding. That's what you believe. That's how that goes, right? They definitely don't seem the most trustworthy, though. They don't seem like they're gonna really take care of your well-being the way you would take care of your well-being. You know, kind of like a pet, maybe.
Mm-hmm. And when would I be able to go back to where I came from?
That was not to be a question for our simple worker selves. You would be something to ask of, again, people with plenty of power and finding time to spend with them and getting yourself well acquainted and a good favor. Run another Constitution check, would you kindly?
Yeah. She would, wait, should I wait for the con check and then say, or?
You feel that same kind of pulse. The pain is very dull, but it's still like a solid punch to the rib cage, just center on the sternum. Something just hammers into you. Is this kind of not really knocks the wind out, but definitely, presses your entire body. But you're still good.
She would ask, would I be able to meet these people in another body, maybe? And, like, nod her head towards the heaps of corpses.
It's once akin to your own capabilities. It's how you find your way through our glorious pearly gates. And he kind of gestures behind him to where the sides of the walls can be seen slightly in the distance, and kind of laughs to himself for a second. No, it's quite a lovely bunch of people in there. You do kind of recall as you flew over, it was very, very industrial, very, I can only equate to like 1800s London kind of industrial, like does not seem pearly gates. Is a metaphor.
What exactly is that place?
These are humble residences and abodes, the best kept civilization on this side of the we'll say voids you find yourself in. Since his buddy kind of stopped for a second and kind of shot his eyes over as he was in the middle of that sentence and kind of re-straightens himself up.
So, no, never mind, it's fine.
I understand your curiosities for the time. You're the one on the tight schedules. Of course, if you'd like to pick apart the trash, do your damnedest. We shall wait here with our dearest shell for you, if you can crawl your way back. Yeah, he goes to kind of reach down, lean, and kind of grab the cage as he kind of picks it up from the top. And the corpse kind of slides down to one corner as he goes to pick it up and stand.
Is there no way we could just take the deer out of the cage? That's my only issue, really.
Are you asking him that directly?
Yeah.
Oh, as you go to see. He goes to kind of shake the cage in his hand for a second as the corpse kind of tosses to the side a little bit. I have no keys. This has no doors. It's not within my capabilities.
If
He
it
goes
has
to
no door... Oh, sorry, continue.
Goes to kind of turn and start to walk. You could say your statement, I guess, but...
No, she'd just let him walk away. I'm gonna go look through the junkyard, I guess.
This one here kind of watches you go for a second and almost takes like 2 or 3 steps as you kind of start to walk, and then kind of pauses for a second as his buddy calls. Now, let's leave her alone to suffer her ways a little. And he kind of pauses for a second. You hear them kind of start to bicker off in the back as well. One seems to kind of lowly grumble to the other.
So do I start rolling for body parts now?
You're gonna start rolling some perception investigations.
Okay, which one?
Where are you going first? So you just gonna want
I
to generally
mean-
look around? Do you want to investigate certain
Like,
tiles? What do you do with it?
Until something. I should walk for a bit until, like, I don't know what she's looking for. Something
Okay.
relatively not mutilated.
As a high table question, not mutilated. First of all, would be very gratifying. High table question: do you have? I know you have like a farmer's market, but do you also have like flea markets and super sale things?
What, in the
Where,
UK?
yeah,
Yeah,
you know what a flea market is? Fun things.
yeah.
This is about what that would be: unregulated garage sale kind of things, where people just kind of have everything strewn out in kind of neater orders.
Hmm.
Some things on first glances seem generally organized.
Are they
You can see
standing there, or have they moved further away?
that's about where they're standing.
Okay.
Um, they you can kind of start to see, at least where you are here, some general organization. Things that do have the upper half, things that don't. And they're kind of still, you know, as you kind of see them laying about on top of each other, but kind of spread out and not in complete piles, but definitely not the cleanest. And you can also still kind of notice that some of them even still have a bit of liquid, you know, kind of falling out of them and kind of oozing onto the ground around them, whatever liquids they may be.
Yeah.
You kind of find solace in the second now that you don't have a nose currently.
Yeah. I mean, she would probably only take like a couple steps and then try and. How far are they? Far away enough that I could reasonably call out to them, or are they too far?
I would say they wouldn't really be able to hear you, but if you actually like shouted for them, then
Yeah.
they could they would be able to tell you shouted.
Yeah, she would call out, excuse me?
You see the blue one kind of snap his head over for a second and almost like kind of happily kind of jump up for a second. His wings flap for a moment as he kind of closes the distance, and you see farther behind him the green one kind of hang his head, kind of tap to his forehead for a second. This one kind of, oh yes, darling. What may we assist you with? Have you decided?
Are you able to help me find any vessel, shell, or whatever at all? I don't really know what I'm looking for.
Of course, darling. That would be quite not my fucking problem.
Oh, okay.
If you would like to have a beautiful, pristine shell as we've offered, or of course you could simply wither away. It is your choice. I do believe. He kind of tosses his head side to side for a second. We're gonna go ahead and give one of these just to see. Oh, yeah, if he would do shit on it or not. Would you run a charisma check?
Yeah, I will. If my character sheet would open. Okay. Ready?
It's
gonna
kind of
go
a funny
great.
thing.
It's gonna go so well. It's gonna go so good.
It's that funny decision where I was like, should I let you have your ability scores or just make you roll nat 20s or regular 20s?
And then you were like,
for
then you
everything?
wouldn't have the minuses.
Yeah, and I was like, we wouldn't have any minuses. And you wouldn't be able to perceive things. But you've spent, well, what, 13 years in that body? It's pretty natural at this point. So, yeah, no, he gives this kind of scoff for a second. Yes, I can't say we have much of a better selection. If you would like to try your luck, and he kind of gestures off to his right, over the way, and he goes, "Oh, Sebastiano over the sun yonder. Well, he could help you dismember some things and pluck some eyes if you need, I guess."
I think I might just take the deer.
Oh? And he kind of shoots up for a second. His eyes sparkle. And you would like to come with us? Then yes.
I suppose I could.
Oh, yes, yes, please, of course. We will very much welcome you. Yes, she's made her choices. She's enjoying her time with us. And you kind of see the other one kind of straighten up, kind of grab the cage and saunter back over. And of course she is. I told you, you first look, you see the worthless trash you've had collected about here. This would be your best option, sweetheart. So he goes to set the cage down in front of him.
I suppose so.
Yes, please, now, come, enter.
I want to
This
really
is such
awkwardly
a
and not step on anything, however long it takes. I don't want to tread on anybody. If I even have feet, I don't want to be anywhere near them. That's all.
And we'll go ahead and do that. Okay, so yeah, no, as you he sets his cage down, there's very much just the corpse of a deer laying kind of on its side, the legs a little tossed aside, but it's all in one complete piece. It seems generally young, seems generally just a deer. You couldn't even tell a cause of death if you wanted to, and you would have to just approach it and kind of lay yourself into it as if to take a nap.
I'll do that.
Would you run an Arcana check?
Love to. This feels like the option that comes up in like a multiple choice story thing that you're like, what the fuck happens if I say yes to this?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So actually, I should do this like this.
Oh, that's good.
Button. 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 I do it. There we go. Hell yeah. There you
My
go.
idea. Nice.
You have the body of a deer, and you should still have control over that. And if you double tap it, yeah, you should a
Yeah.
deer.
Wild shape stuff.
Oh, yeah, wild shape things. All right. And as you kind of flicker your eyes for a second, and you kind of readjust yourself. You can feel the breath kind of start to enter your lungs as it stings and burns. Yeah. Sorry, you're not going to move though.
No, I moved myself
stings and
forward, so I was
burns,
moving myself back to where I was.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Stings and burns for a second as your nose actually comes to life, and there's a citric smell and of just absolute gore and blood all around you, and the two of them kind of get a little closer and see you kind of start to wake up. Will you make a nice concentration or a constitution check?
Love to.
It's still concentration. Yeah. You start to cry out in this kind of pain as the amount of just absolute senses get blasted and all erased. Those sounds, sights, hearing, everything around you starts to get more syncophonously louder. As you can now start to hear everything around you kind of start to fade, and you hear the clatter of things around you. You can start to feel the waves of cosmic winds kind of buffet your fur, and the two of these large beings hover over top of the cage now, towering above your current height, as the one was the darker green starts to kind of laugh and hiss to himself. It's been such a long time since we've had a beautiful meal, isn't it, brother? The other one kind of stops and, oh, it's such a lovely day for us. I can't wait to end our breaks now. They kind of laugh, and the larger one reaches down to kind of grab your cage as the three of them start to walk off towards the edge and towards the city, where we will end your session. Short, sweet, simple, to the point.
Yeah.
That's a choice.
I needed to know what would happen if I went with the deer. I couldn't live
You're-
not knowing.
Yep, you get the deer. You're right. So that'll
Yeah.
as we get to it, you will be well actually, yeah, we're gonna set you over there. We will pull you from this currently for the next person to come through. That is or actually let's do this. Let's do this all the way right. We'll once again transform you into the deer so we don't have any loss for that. But yeah, we'll
Yeah.
see how your next life goes. As Isha deer.
Oh my
Um,
god.
Overall,
Did you
not a
expect
bad
me to take
start.
the
I
deer?
believe you. No, I did not expect you to take the deer, but I like it. Let's go for it.
I'm just gonna go session for session now. I just need one thing that you didn't expect me to do.
Yeah, first the bag, now a deer. We'll go for it. I didn't prep all these nights. Just kidding.
I did want one of the bodies, but like, she's
Yeah.
pretty naive. She'd
Yeah.
take the deer.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Well, there we go. Thank you everyone for hanging out for the short session.
Hope you all had a good time. We'll get to see a
I had
couple
a
more
good
of
time.
these. For,
Felt short and
Nah.
sweet.
yeah, one for each of the characters. Shouldn't be anything too bad.
Especially if they all pick the easy option. If there are other easy options.
We'll see.
Can you please tell them in the beginning, like, oh, about the one who came for it earlier and chose the deer if anyone talks to the same people?
It's recording now.
Hi, future everyone else.
Hi,
Future Plane, Future Forward, Future Caliban. All the fun to it. All right, we're grabbing. We will start off as we always should. Will you roll me a flat d20?
Okay, that's not bad.
And a pretty good luck today, well above average. And your favorite, a history check. But it's to see how much assistance you get from the DM. You can ask a question for clarification if needed.
Oh god, okay. So last session we were departing from the Dragon Cave. We flew on the backs of Ford's dragon and random other big gigantic dragon back to the cave that we fought the golems in. Then we parted ways and none of the dragons came with us. We went back to the entrance of the cave, and as we were exiting out of that cave into the larger cave of what Bisbee is, Caliban came up to meet us, and Caliban revealed to us that the head that was at the house was missing, and Juniper proceeded to book it to the house with everyone else following her. They barged into the bedroom and nothing seemed amiss, and then they opened up the chest that the head was supposed to be in, and it was just the bag. And Juniper and Ishide were like, maybe the bag just has the head in there and you didn't look hard enough. And so they tried to investigate the bag, and Ishide put her whole arm in there and then started to get sucked in. Meanwhile, Juniper wanted to push her in because she wanted to also go in the bag. But Caliban and Mal tried to keep Ishide from falling into the bag. Anyways, Ishide ends up falling into the bag because she smells home, and she's like, yeet. And then Juniper was like, me next. And then she went yeet. And then Mal felt a sort of disconnection between Juniper because twinception, and then Mal realized that Juniper got destroyed, and then said so to Grom, and then was like, yeet, into the bag as well. And then Caliban was like, well, fuck, and then went yeet, and here we are.
Yeah. Well, we will give you the. You did have the foresight to try and tie rope around yourself before going in, but
Not to put the rope anywhere else.
Only went so far. It's just,
Yeah.
So yeah, no, we'll start exactly with that. As you know it, you had gone into this void, as this abyss directly behind Ishide, and you can kind of see her faintly off in the distance, and you can even try and call out if you needed, but you innately kind of understand that she's seems focused on what she's doing. She won't be able to really hear you. She's more distant than you expected. And as you originally started going in here, you start to feel that rope around you start to tug and start to resist for a little bit, as it was slowing down at first and then comes to a complete stop. And you see Ishide start to sink farther and farther away in front of you. And what would you like to do with that?
I call out to her.
You give a nice scream, and you kind of feel like your voice, even as you cast it into this abyss, just doesn't even reverberate against anything, just kind of spreads into nothingness much sooner than you expected, even at your loudest shout that you can muster. She doesn't seem to respond.
Hold on, I'm checking things. And sorry, so the rope is still tugging on me, or I'm confused?
Yep. You seem to be almost suspended and dangling from this rope currently.
Is it preventing me from moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to grab the rope like as far out as I can, so that because what I want to do is I want to I guess cut it and then like let myself continue falling to reach Ishide.
Okay. Give me I'm assuming you use just one of your daggers you have with you.
Yeah.
Give me just a standard little swing against it, just to make sure that you can.
Oh. Okay.
Get that out of the way, I guess. Oh.
Single slice. Shing.
Yeah, just a nice, clean, without even turning your head away from your stage. You just kind of reach behind yourself and, skillfully as can be, twist that dagger around and in a small circle above your head as you right yourself and kind of start to drop down. Give me a nice perception check. A nice one indeed. While you definitely did not take your eyes off Ishide, as you go to cut this rope and start falling in that same direction, you kind of start to notice that the shape of Ishide that you kind of had and the faint amount of light that you had towards her has started to kind of dull.
She's very far away from me, correct?
At this point, nothing more than the size of like a small peanut in the distance.
Oh, okay. I would like to cast Burning Hands outwards and try to illuminate some area around me.
As you go to pull from your innate well of magic and you go to try and channel yourself, you find yourself unable to cast magic at the time. your connection is severed to it. Would you run a Constitution check?
Yikes.
But it eludes you. Why? Will you actually also follow that with a Wisdom?
I'm so fucked.
You got the 20. You already got. You just.
Yeah, that's all I needed apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. No. You continue to kind of fall forward at this point.
Do I feel like I'm falling fast enough to catch up to her?
Give me a perception. You do good with those, yeah. You feel yourself kind of, at one point you were kind of falling at a nice continuous rate. You also you can almost start to tell you're almost starting to speed up a little more as you continue to fall. With the insight check. Yeah. You heard one of them smart glasses wearing kids talk about terminal velocity before and didn't really understand it, but they were talking about when things are falling, they only hit a certain speed. But that seems to have not been a thing that's happened to you, or it did at one point and it's not anymore. You're still accelerating.
So to my original question, do I feel like I can catch up to each day?
You do feel like what is that little speck is getting with that little peanut's just getting a little bigger now.
Okay. Do I have the intelligence to make myself feel more aerodynamic to
You're
go faster?
You're kind of used to jumping and moving around a lot, and you've probably not taken a swan dive much as this, but I believe you could easily, kind of to put the brain cells together to kind of pencil yourself together and make yourself a little smaller, a little more dynamic, more like an arrow.
I do so.
Mm-hmm.
My one goal right now is to reach Ishide.
Run me another perception, as you do feel yourself also starting to speed up some more.
Oh, okay.
The
Head between my knees.
buffeted. It's not how aerodynamics work.
What? I thought I was making myself smaller. I thought I was cannonballing.
You'd have to you pencil dive. You'd bring like your arms to your chest, point your toes, tuck your chin in.
Okay.
Like,
I don't swim.
okay. Yeah, no, like an arrow. One straight object. Yeah, you go and as you started to feel yourself speed up, what feels like that rush of wind is just continuously kind of buffeting your face and your eyes, and you go to kind of squint them closed for a second and kind of try to catch your breath for a bit as the amount of wind and everything is just buffeting at you. And run me an Arcana check.
Oh.
Ooh.
Wow.
There we go. It's with this moment that you start to feel a radiant heat all around you, and also kind of behind and above your head. The outside, as if you're standing, you went from a cold inside to a nice warm outside. The basking heat of the sun kind of starts to press down on the back of your head. There's no light associated with it. It's just purely the heat, as you also kind of start to feel that heat rise more to being almost in a sauna, akin to just the entirety of your surroundings start to heat. And at this moment, I'll also get to run a Constitution check.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Everything's fine. Yeah, you're very focused on catching up to Ishide for that. Eyes closed, and your one mind focusing on continuing downwards to plummet as fast as you can. With that, we cut over for a moment. Scene change away from Juniper here, and in your high table vision here for a moment, what you have here is outside of your presence and outside of everything is a nice, quiet, dimly lit room. It's Grom sitting at his round table in his main workspace, sitting here with a very rare glass in his hand. It's filled with a nice stout liquid. But he takes a finishing sip from it, and he sets the glass down on the table. The only other thing in the room of note is across the table is a bag that looks quite dissimilar to a standard. It looks more magical than not. He takes this nice deep breath as Grom has this unknowing and uncertainty to this entire situation that happened, and with a frustrated sigh of defeat and just complete uncertainty, kind of stands for a second, and he grabs this bag, firmly closed and this point tied up with a string. He grabs it and walks across the room to his furnace. As he takes it and tosses it into the fire. He watches the bag for a moment as the flames start to lick to the side of it, and the fire starts to make it squirm and writhe inside the heat. And he takes a nice deep breath and he closes his eyes. So this time, I'll have you also roll another perception to reopen your eyes.
So Juniper saw this though as like a vision?
This would not be something Juniper knows, no.
Oh, okay. So this is just me as Sal knows.
Yes, you as Sal knows that Juniper felt that heat. You get your plummeting to continue forward, and you get your eyes to start to reopen. As you see in front of you, what was that small shape of Ishide has started to grow in size, much more than you expected. As this is as you find yourself not looking at Ishide in front of you, but a much larger shape has started to take form, something that it itself emanates its own light, and you can almost start to make out some lights farther behind it, and it has started to create almost a night sky effect in front of you.
But I do not see Ishide.
You see this large shape start to take form in front of you, below you at this case, that you are plummeting in the direction thereof. You have the opportunity here to attempt to make some kind of control over which direction you are falling, but you find yourself falling towards this large landmass.
This entire thing is a landmass?
Yep. You are plummeting in the direction of it currently.
I want to land it at the top of the mountains then, whatever these things are.
I do offer you, as a DM, an Arcana check.
Okay. Take it. Okay.
You can tell with at least that familiar green, that nice calm forest smell associated with Ishide's magic is somewhere from this direction as well. You find yourself still following the trail of Ishide that you just can't really make out.
Did you paint something, or are you referring to the mountains?
Just no, yeah, for the whole map.
Oh.
That has this general mass of land has been visited by Ishide. But yeah, no, going towards
What about
towards,
what about can she try and roll for what do you call it? To see if she can recognize Cinnabar's magic?
yes.
Can she sense him?
Better more so than not. Cinnabar's magic to you seems to have much more of a sickly, almost inky slime kind of feel to it. Definitely something that you don't necessarily want to associate with or even be around much more, but you want to know it to be able to continuously find and follow him. You do realize in that case it's coming more from the northern end of the continent. Will you give me a perception?
And when I sensed Ishide, it was just a general sense of the entire continent that I'm sensing her from.
Yep, that she had also fallen in this direction. 9, that's
My
right.
God. Oh my God.
To point out, 4 didn't roll a single 1 or 20. You've got 2 of each. Just real min-maxing out here.
Yeah, I'm fucking bipolar.
All right, so yeah, still going down towards the mountains.
How much distance? Because this is a gigantic region map, right?
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay. After I realize that Cinnabar is in more of a northern direction, I would probably try to aim for like around here.
With you falling at the rate you are, how would you describe yourself controlling your free fall?
I would try to use Burning Hands again to see if that will help push me in any either direction.
As give me a wisdom check. And then a constitution check. Funny how those 2 are actually being used today.
Oh
Whoa.
my God, finally.
There we go. All right, yeah. You really start to struggle for a second as you kind of focus on what you're doing. You try to pull that well of energy, and you realize it just isn't moving. As you just kind of try and position your hands in a way that you can kind of force and push your way across, and you do will it though. You absolutely just in a bout of just frustration, just shove this fire from your hands as you get to. I give you freedom of movement there to position yourself in a direction you want to go and fall towards.
Do I have, what is it, like 30 feet or like what?
No, you can just, yeah, you can move.
Oh, okay.
Where you want to put yourself?
Right here.
Okay. Yeah, no, you,
Nice. I'm a fucking jet. What is it called?
going with an
Jetpack?
Iron Man suit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go Iron Man. Yeah, no, yeah, you find yourself plummeting down towards this region of, you find yourself still progressively falling fast, as you realize now that acceleration seems to be of almost like a gravitational effect. You're just kind of pulled down towards this land. it comes to your attention as well. We're falling kind of fast. There's the ground kind of approaching. Run a perception as well. You find you're getting closer and closer to the ground. You can see off in the distance this larger city, almost a definitely bit of civilization. There seems to be a ringed wall around, which seems a little more industrial than not. Definitely a more gray hues of brown. Shanty seems more like a slums than a whole city, but the size of a city with nicer sized walls, all patchworked thrown together. But that seems to be the only largest thing you see, as the area you're directly landing in seems to be generally flatter and well spread out for everything. But you do see slightly in between what'll be you here in the city, as you fall your as you start falling in the direction you were going for, the only other thing between you and the city you see is kind of a slow rolling hills. It's about the best you can make out. Is while the terrain itself seems generally bluer, you can see these black rolling hills that kind of seem to have almost like a rippling wave away from the city.
Cool.
But that's a later problem, as the first and foremost is your landing. I would like to slow down.
So my question with Mage Hand. Oh, if I cast it, it can't really. It can't carry more than 10 pounds, but if I were to cast it so that I can hold hands with my Mage Hand, does the Mage Hand automatically stay within vicinity of me, or would that help to slow me down at all? Because
if you view it as a telekinetic force, which it is,
it's not like a physical holding.
It can apply a force of up to 10 pounds. So if you need it to lift something of 10 pounds, pick it up and carry it of 10 pounds, then it'd be no different than it pushing on a wall with 10 pounds of force. So in this case, you're asking, like, will it stay with you, and it can physically interact with you? Yes. So like if you needed it to shake hands, it can. As far as slowing you, it would take an interesting bit of control to be able to cast and then catch it in the same moment. But then it would also,
for me.
Yeah, it would also only apply the 10 pounds of force upwards against, at your falling descent.
Okay. So
Would be something, but
yes, it is a cantrip. Tell me how many times I can try and roll this for any sort of amount of slowing down.
Give me the wisdom. Is it wisdom for your spells, or is it intelligence?
For me?
For your spell casting. Abilities.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Oh, that's the wrong one. I was trying to see the like when it has the larger. What is it called? Like when you open it, extend it.
Yeah, just click on it. Oh no, not on the new sheet. I see. Just mouse over it and you should be able to.
Hold on. Here we go. There we go.
Middle.
Oh, is it middle mouse?
Middle mouse. Oh, when you're over it, will lock it. At least it says, and you can mouse over it, do it a lot easier.
Yeah, but I don't think it shows everything though. Or like I'm not sure.
Yeah. your...
Does it say what my thing is for it?
It's going to be your intelligence. So if I look here at your spells, your ability says +3 at the top of it.
Oh, okay.
Your intelligence is also +3. So in this case, yes, no, an intelligence check.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, come on.
There you go. Run a Constitution check as well, and I need you to beat a 15 for me to give you some fancy.
Oh my god!
You go with this perfect idea that you have in mind. You go and you focus this mage hand, and you can picture it actually falling with you with the same extreme speed, and you go to reach out and grasp onto this mage hand with your one hand, and it kind of starts to tug at your arm and slow you down a little bit, but you realize just how little of an effect it's doing. So you kind of start to focus, and you can reach out and you grab out to a second hand at the same time, and you kind of start to pull and drag. Give me another intelligence check.
Okay.
You have this picture forming in your head as you kind of start to reach out and grab out on these two hands. You feel it start to slow yourself down, and then you just continue to pull and want at the need to have more and more hands kind of grab and support you. So you have another one grab underneath your elbow, and another one into your armpit, and one to the small of your back and kind of underneath the shoulder blade. Everything's kind of grabbing onto you, kind of slow and drag you down to the surface. And it does exactly that. You start to slow and pull yourself down as you kind of feel yourself start to come to a slow. You find yourself to a complete stop, and you look down, and you're still a good 10 feet off the ground.
Then yeah, I guess as I release the hands, I would slowly fall the rest of the 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, we cooked, Andy. That was crazy.
With that, you find yourself kind of just a distance off from a couple of those rolling hills up to your north, we'll say the northwest, in kind of more generalized barren areas all around you. If you start to kind of scry squint your eyes a little more, you can start to see the ends of those mountains you saw on the way in, but they even themselves seem more of a good distance out now at this point.
I would like... Okay, go ahead.
No, sorry, yeah, brain. Go ahead, you go for it.
I'd like to try and see if I can pick up a trail or a scent of Cinnabar.
Run that arcane. You still can, much as a general compass can be, you can tell the last trail you had was still in the direction of that major city.
Okay.
But I also need a Constitution check from you.
Oh, that was almost a 20. Oh crap.
This one. In your chest, as you kind of finally get to sit down for a second, stand and kind of pay attention to your surroundings. This thundering slams into the center of your chest as your entire core kind of aches and falls. You crack down to your knees and hit the ground. And then as you do so, you finally stop to look at yourself, and you realize that you yourself are nothing more than a misty form at the time. And something completely non-solid. You find yourself kind of aching, and you feel your own energy kind of pulse outwards from outside of you, and you feel as if the breeze itself kind of pulls your hand away from you.
God damn it. I would take a good look of my surroundings and try and shout out for Ishiday.
Yeah, okay. You get your nice loud shout. Nothing in response. You don't even hear it echo back at you. You seem to be very alone as you are.
Crap. Then I will start heading towards the city.
As you make that travel, can I get another con check from you?
I'm about to blow away in the wind.
You pick yourself up with a little more vigor and really kind of steady yourself, coming to the understanding of where you are and what situation you're in, and start to pick yourself up and walk towards these rolling hills.
Do you want me to walk? Is it gonna...
We'll do the one, yeah, we'll do the one pace forward.
Okay.
And we will transition maps.
Maps! Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
Maps. We were gonna get you start right there. Oh yeah, that's right. I figured that one out. Funny little thing. Remember how everybody's tokens were being weirdly black and white?
No.
No? Cool. What was the thing? I figured it out, but
Good job, Andy.
it was if I don't actually have a light source for the map and the map requires light,
Oh.
if your character has dark vision,
vision.
it'll automatically take effect, but everything's
Very
black and white and
cool.
dark vision.
I like that.
So I had to actually make sure I toggled everybody back to regular vision if I don't want to have to fight with light sources. But
Yep.
I digress. We go ahead and give a nice preload. You find yourself kind of starting to approach the hills as they start to roll some back and forth, and as you find yourself approaching towards the first hill, you actually start to make out the fact that they are not natural formed hills of land, but seem to be a little softer, almost muddy from what you the terrain you go to stand on. You start to go forward more for. You find that certain sections of it are also starting to fall out of it, and you can see directly through the surface into the same starry expanse that you see above and to your sides past the horizon. As you continue past you start to see a couple of small objects poking
Did it
out
have
and kind
change
of, not yet, no.
Oh, okay.
Start poking out and extruding from the ground.
Oh,
Do you pay them any mind, or are you going to keep going?
no, I want to look at that.
Okay. Go ahead and make a little investigation tool for me. Not too bad. You go and you go to lean down. You go to kind of wiggle it for a second from this what's seemingly softer ground as you've been treading upon. And you go to pull this from it, and out comes a sizable bone. I'd say about 6 inches long. Very rotted, decayed, old bone from it. You wiggle it out, and it kind of comes off with a soft pop. Instead of you loose out this bone.
Ew. She's going to hold on to that bone because it seems to be the only physical, tangible thing at the moment.
You look farther ahead of you, and you start to see as you continue forward through these hills, more and more of these small protrusions start to pop up or start to be visible in front of you.
Oh boy. Alright. She will take good looks at them as she walks around.
And with the hill kind of, you start to see that the train starts to kind of incline a little more to a hill. And as you get to the cresting top of it, there's now a litterance of these bones kind of starting to poke out to the top of everything, and you kind of feel with every step you start to take, it's almost more getting to be that of almost a water bed. Everything kind of starts to bow underneath a bit of your weight as you go forward. And you get to the top of this hill, and you start to look down the other half of this, and you start to see that what you are standing upon is actually the pile of corpses and bones and bodies that have just been spread across this entire landscape, piled off into the distance, all mingled and beyond most recognition. But now as you've come to the other side of this, you start to see half pieces of jaws and faces. You see some limbs still attached with some kind of substance attached to the bone still. As everything starts to kind of pass down this hillside.
I'm gonna try and yell for Ishide again.
Give me a good constitution check. Using the full lungs.
Nope.
You take you go to try and take that full breath in, you go to fill your lungs, and you feel that same kind of pain strike back at your chest as you go to put your hand down to your chest, and you realize that your own hand kind of starts to mingle into your own center core, where what is your body and what is your lungs you try to fill is not there.
I'm gonna throw the bone that I had in my hand. I'm just gonna throw it off in any random direction because I'm mad and upset now.
Yep. And we shall now do the actual full transfer map. So laying out in front of you as you start to come coasting farther down this hill, the ground starts to give for a second here and more, and you find more of a bit of a solidity. Pause you a little bit as you start to see what was more of just a mash and continuous pieces of bones. You now start to see more solid corpses and pieces of things spread out in front of you. Go ahead and run me in wisdom saving throw. You come down across what'll be your first two full completed corpses, still completely rotting and decaying, but completely intact. And something about you for a moment, just the faintest of moments, tickles your brain as you have a longing for it. You absolutely want that body. And then you shake your head for a second, confused. Let me have your movement back.
I'd like to come over to this body here and investigate it and try and figure out why I felt that. Is maybe she thinks the body is familiar or attractive or whatever.
Go ahead and run that investigation and an arcana. You come up alongside of it. You come take a kneel down, and as you go to reach out for go to lift the elbow and whatnot, you go to reach to it, and your hand kind of starts to fade into it for a second. You feel as you do, your hand kind of touches into the arm, and you can feel the warmth return to your fingers for a moment. And while this body is completely not warm and is well beyond decay, you start to feel a little bit of the comfort and a little bit of sensation return to your fingertips. You find that the longing and the want for a body is what's driving you currently. It's that original want was for anything to get you get you back into a shell and a body that you long for and you feel comfortable with.
Is his body cute though?
Definitely not. Definitely to the point of rotting.
Ew.
To
Okay.
the point of falling apart. It does have at least its legs completely intact.
What color are they?
Run me a perception. And then I gotta do that one. They seem to be that standard kind of paler color. They have some older details that were to them. They seem like this entire body was much older than the average body that you'd expect.
Oh, an old person.
Even before it was decaying.
Okay, I'm getting up and I'm gonna walk and I'm gonna investigate more body parts.
Run me a well, I'll give it also with your last perception. You do also start to hear just past you, past what you can see towards the end of everything, you start to hear a rustling amongst some of the corpses.
I'm gonna grab the nearest free limb to me. I'm assuming I don't have any possessions right now, or do I have my pack still?
You find you do not have any perceptions.
Okay, I'm gonna grab the nearest free limb, so like an arm or a leg that is detached, and I'm just gonna try and hold on to it and approach the rustling.
You start to, as you yourself are moving, and as you are grabbing what you can, you start to see across the way one of the bodies laying about. This mass of purple start to kind of slither amongst the top of it and kind of wrapping a tendril around the joint of the arm, and he goes to just press his entire body against it, and you hear just that snap of the limb that comes across this corpse as it dislocates the shoulder from the torso and carries it off.
I would like to stealthily follow it.
As you do, it kind of continues to move about, and you see it is at the base of a larger creature, which has 4 limbs and 2 larger pincers off to the side of 2 small hands that are comparatively working about, just kind of organizing and putting things in a small satchel that sits almost like a kangaroo pouch in its center, but 2 larger claws that reach down and grab that arm that came from the fungus. As it goes and holds it up in the center, the other claw comes across and starts snipping off the fingers as they drop into the center 2 hands that kind of collect them and put them into the bag. They are dismembering all these corpses and pulling them apart.
Do they look hostile? Do I feel like they will kill on sight?
Give me an insight check.
Oh, damn it.
While this land is completely unknown to you, you cannot tell if these things are even intelligent. You don't know if they can speak, you don't know if they can move. They seem just as incorporeal as you are at this point, but any wild animal is capable of complete violence.
I'd like to continue observing them for a little bit while also trying to...
Will you roll an actual stealth as well?
Yeah. I'm also going to try and take note of any non-rotting corpse pieces around me.
Would you run a perception?
God damn it.
Okay. It is also at this time I would like to bring to your attention at the right column that usually sits over there with the chat. It's the 7th one in. It's 2 left of the music note. there's one tab that's called rollable tables.
Okay.
So you have that?
Yeah.
We open the feature page.
Yeah.
Feature in there. We'll be using this to go about as we scour through corpses. So with your 12 perception, in this this pile slightly across me, you start to find that there are some that are not completely picked through. And you kind of quietly be able to push some apart and kind of start to pull one, and you find some that still have some decent features and pieces to it. Will you go ahead and roll the features page?
The roll button at the very bottom here?
Yep. So you rolled an organ piece. Within the follow-up table in there is the race table. We roll that one as well. You can feel free to close them as you don't need them anymore, but because I know they take up some good space.
And sorry, what am I'm rolling again on here?
On the race, yes, very bottom as well.
Oh.
You find some organs of a orc.
Okay.
With that, the general torso of an orc sits in front of you, and general, not complete decayed fashion that it is. You realize that its torso is that of a very powerful build, and you can kind of tell innately with yourself that its heart is something that is meant to push out plentiful amount of blood at all times. Would you like to acquire this?
No.
Okay. Keep looking around.
Yeah, okay, I'll keep looking around. Is there any other notable actions or things?
They just, the fungus kind of steps to the side and is continuing to work around at this pile of corpses that it's going about.
Okay. Do you want me to move or do you want me to roll?
That's on you. If you want to stay right here where you're looking in this pile, or you want to keep moving about.
I'm gonna move like over here, just to keep a little bit of distance between us. And then I roll feature first.
More organs. Erikaka. You find what sits in front of you to be more bird-like. You don't completely recognize what it is, but you can tell that it has some talons on the end of its limbs. It seems to almost have what seems to be more bones towards the back end of its torso that would have supported wings, and definitely seems like it's in.
Mr. GM, am I able to? Is Juniper able to figure out whether or not she can take something and have it temporarily and exchange it later? Or oh, she can?
Yeah.
Okay, then I would like to acquire these claw limbs.
You see taking the talons off of them and kind of start to, almost like a small glove, I'm going to get you to try and pull the talons and end bits off of. Are you just going for the hands or all four?
I would go for, like it's a full body?
So you found it has at least all four limbs, not directly with it, but kind of scattered about. And you can be able to get a full set of talons.
I would probably just go for the arm limbs so that I can have hands to start.
All right. You go ahead. I'm gonna put that here in on your table itself. The very end, you have a biography section. on your character sheet.
Oh, my
the
character
last
sheet.
tab. Yep.
Okay.
You have a biography section.
Yes, I do.
Will you go ahead and write Ericanca talents?
I don't know how. There's no like edit button on this sheet.
You can't.
Oh, edit. Oh, here we go. Never mind. I figured it out.
But-
Oh, you got it already.
Yeah. Yeah, the edit was up there at the top.
Okay.
The only thing to note is every time you do, you click Save Changes, which is on that top bar.
Yeah. The save button. Okay.
Okay. All right. Will you run me a perception as well?
Yes. Oh. Oh, I'm not sure edit button.
Nice. You realize as you kind of finish what you were doing there, you kind of get a little more sensation back to the tip of your fingers and your hands. Kind of, you can start to feel as what you're pulling and now plucking through. You start to hear just above you, to the north end above you, some more movement happening.
Motherfucker. I will slowly move over in that direction. Oh god.
You see, once again, another slime out here doing some work, pulling and separating some pieces.
Why are they different colors?
Great question.
God damn it. Okay. Can I roll another insight check on that one? Since it's a new one?
Sure. It, from what you can perceive at this distance, it seems mindless as it is, and is just kind of toiling about. It almost seems to fit the description of a drone, something that, without its own free will and thought, is just kind of following instructions.
Okay. I am gonna rummage around for more bite parts. Right. I have to roll for
More organs.
that. Goliath. Oh Jesus.
You go to find, as you going through this body of a Goliath sits in front of you, double your size even when you were. It has such a steely body, well endured, plenty of things, and it seems almost like a small giant.
That's cute. I'm gonna skip it.
Okay. We run a Constitution check.
Oh great. Oh god, I'm dying.
At this point, you are now taking 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage.
You rolled a 1. You feel this smash of just absolute wind kind of pull at your entire core. You kind of bundle yourself up as if you were to stand in the cold. You ball yourself down. You still feel this ebb and pull at your entire force as coming down from your lower back across the top of your head, and you'd feel your hair kind of start to pull on end as everything kind of rushes off in that general direction of ebb of energy pulls at your core. You kind of double over in pain.
Okay. I'm gonna search for some more body parts.
And you also re-roll that stealth. Doing good.
I'm a fucking horse, bro. I'm
You,
gonna come out
you
this
find-
furry.
You find the upper torso of a human, but you realize it seems slightly out of place for some reason. The eyes seem narrower, and the
Mr. D,
Yeah.
can Juniper roll something to try and figure out how long she has before she takes another 10 points of damage?
Yeah. Run an Arcana check. You realize that while your magics are something that you control and come from yourself, you feel this ebb of this world that you're in definitely seems to be pulling more and more at you. You may have time still, but you have that sense of urgency for sure. There's nothing that can extinguish your flame in one blow, but it is something that'll definitely wither you down as time goes on.
Okay. Is it like a fast amount of time that it will whittle me down, or is it still slightly gradual?
Seems gradual currently.
Okay, I'm gonna keep searching.
Go for it.
Oh my god, fucking organs.
So, if for this one specifically, as I was trying to get this for all of them, but was not the case, you can actually click on that high elf from the chat, and it'll bring up the whole page.
Ooh, cool.
And these we're going with as you found a pretty well-conditioned body, seemed more towards the bottom of the pile, yet to be picked through. Any of the features off this page, you can tell that being an elf, you've been around, that you've seen. Elves don't necessarily sleep as they do. Ishte even didn't get put to sleep naturally. She's always was a little more proficient in magic than you expected, and great with languages.
I'm sorry, what body part is this, or is this the entire body?
This is organs. You'll be able to pull a feature off of.
So like any one of these.
So, yeah. So of this one, you would not be able to do the ability scores. You can't do the dark vision or speed, and but any of the for high table, any of the keen senses, trance, fey ancestries, a cantrip, or an extra language.
I will go with wait, let me flip a coin. Wait, do I have coin flips on this thing?
Yeah, just 1d2 all together.
1d2.
Or sorry.
Oh.
It's /r space
/
1d2.
R 1d2.
Did you put a space after the R?
No, I didn't.
Fine. There you go.
Okay, I'm going with Fey ancestry.
Okay. You realize that with this, the entire upper skull kind of calls to you for a second as you kind of pick with your fingers and kind of roll what is some more of the decayed flesh out of it, and like a mask, you kind of grab the front end of the skull, roll it into your own face as you feel yourself kind of start to, what was almost like a migraine, kind of subside for a second. The relief that hits your body as you realize that you were clenching your whole entire self for a moment. You can now relax a little more.
I would like to. I have fucking claw hands right now. It might not work. I'd like to feel my face and feel if it feels familiar or if I have just put on someone else's head.
You go and tap to the side of your to your jaw and everything. You still kind of feel, while your talons kind of meet a little resistance, the rest of your palm and everything else like that still seems to almost fade through where your face should be.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Oh god, there's more of them. Can I roll more insight checks on these drone thingies?
They seem completely disinterested in your presence, and not even looking about their surroundings. They're just merely doing a task as assigned.
Okay. I will keep searching for the body parts. Oh my god. Fucking aliens, man.
You find as you're going through these pieces and parts, you actually find something that catches your eyes as a complete and utter, magically networked collection of metal. It reminds you back before of almost a complex magical circuit you operated in the cave network before. But this seems much more complex. And this is, if before was a toy, this is an artwork. When I can find that, we go. You find that it has a complete sturdy making amongst itself, and it seems much as before. The lungs and what would operate as such make it are made not of just a standard tissue, but of an inflating network of magical fibers.
But it's lungs. I want those.
You put Warforged Constructed Resilience.
In my bio? Warforged Constructed Resilience.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna keep looking. Do you want me to move around as I'm looking, or should I is it fine to just stay in place?
That's on your own call. You're fine to do whatever you like, though.
Okay. But it's not gonna like impact my rolls because I'm not like moving around and looking in a different area?
No.
Okay.
That was your third, yeah? Yeah.
I don't. Oh, third item that
yeah.
I collected? Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to move over here.
Run another stealth check. You seem to still be undetected by those around you.
Okay. And I'm gonna keep going.
You find a stubbier looking torso that's in a pretty great condition. No wounds on the entire shoulders, neck down. It's pretty well put together. It does seem a little smaller than normal and a little tougher, but a little feminine still.
Mr. DM, you said that we can trade things, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I will oblige to step into this frame.
You kind of pull it and separate away from everything else, and you kind of turn and reluctantly lay your back down against this torso as you kind of feel your entire body kind of well itself down, and you can almost feel those lungs kind of start to fill with a little bit of breath as you kind of can feel a little strength return to yourself. But lifting it, you find, is a little harder as you go to kind of right yourself, and you find your legs starting to give out a little more, but it's a little weight to it, then you don't have all that much to support. Just
Oh, I don't like that. I want to get out.
run a constitution check.
Oh, Oh shit.
You find as you go to try and pull your own torso off of your soul, it starts to kind of resist, and the amount of pain and agony that comes with it, you kind of stop for a second.
Okay, I'm gonna move over here and just search again.
I'd like to point out that weight is from a lack of legs. You find a decaying corpse in the center, but a smaller heart sits in the center of what it is. And while it is this nice pristine red that has it has about itself. If I could find, there we go. Where's its ability? There we go.
Oh, I'll take it.
Yes. Tasha's, of course. Sorry. Yeah, no, a nice, beautiful red heart sits in the center of the chest. You can put Baxi heart. As you go to kind of pull on it for a second, you kind of think about it and you kind of look at what you have for a chest and what you have in your hands. And you kind of reach below the belt line for a second and kind of reach up through the center. And as you find that you had to kind of wiggle it through the rib cage for a second, but as you get it back to where it belongs, you feel your entire heart kind of start to blend in for a second as you feel it kind of grow its way through your chest, and you feel that blood pump for half a second, and a real soft press within a second and a third, and you kind of feel that warmth start to come back to your core. And you follow that with another Constitution check. That you do well on. Hell yeah. You as you get that moment to kind of breathe for a second, kind of feel those lungs fill and the heart pump again, you feel that life returning to you. That gust of wind kind of comes for a second. You tuck your head for a moment, but it is nowhere near as offensive as it was last time.
Okay, I will keep rolling to find more things.
You go to toss the corpses around, and then you kind of get to roll over one to the side, and you find this cute looking face, this perfectly preserved kind of half orc looking face, and the eyes call out as they seem to have matched the color of your own eyes that you had.
Oh. Can I take the eyes?
You would take the entire face to come with it. As you go to start to kind of pull and pry at the entire front end of the entire face, kind of come rolls with it.
And, oh, okay. So for this is the face part, because I rolled the head senses for the elf already, and then you said I took the skull.
You rolled for elf?
Yeah, when I
Yeah, that was an organ. You took senses, yes. Or you took their.
Oh, it was features organ.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, features organ for elf.
Okay, so this is the actual face part of the head then.
Yeah, you had the skull and brain thereof of the elf.
Okay, then reluctantly I will take the face of this half orc because I want his eyes.
As you go to kind of reluctantly place it against your face, you go to kind of press and mold it as you realize as you did get to kind of pull it off of the shell that it was on, it has a bit of malleability, and you kind of mold it like a clay, and you kind of press it against your face. You feel it kind of sink in and take generally the right ridge lines. There's still an extra bit of teeth that kind of start to roll from the bottom end of it, but you still have the majority of your face as it should be. So you take a second to blink as you can actually start to feel that wind and dust and almost a little bit of burning kind of touch your eyes for a second as you kind of blink and open them up, and you can start to see your surroundings in a brighter aspect.
Cool. Okay, what do you want me to put in my bio? Just half-orc face?
Half-orc senses.
Okay.
Don't need a pair of legs.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll keep rolling. I'm gonna be a little instigator, and I'm gonna crawl over to here and look through.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, legs! Look at that.
What kind of legs?
Oh, I am going real small here.
That stockier torso that you have, you actually found some smaller legs that sit off to the side and not broken, still have all their joints and maybe even some working knee joints, but they also have a pair of talons down on the bottom end.
You know what? I'm gonna skip them for now because I feel Juniper is thinking in her mind that these legs are so short that she's not really gonna get much farther if she has those legs than if she just crawls with her arms.
Yeah, you can't really imagine jumping around with them, you know?
Yeah. So I'll just roll again, I guess?
Yep.
Okay. Also, I'm noticing that it's only rolling what I'm selecting and what I'm not selecting.
Yes, I have a way of marking which ones you've already chosen, so it doesn't re-roll them.
Okay, so if I want to re-roll for specific body parts because I want to exchange them, you said
You
that...
have to discard the first one.
Oh, so I have to get rid of it first. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so features organs. Oh, damn.
You find yourself as you go to kind of roll a body part, catching your breath for a second as what you can see the decaying shape of something almost familiar to Ishide for a second. And then on closer inspection, you realize that it is not her herself, but almost say it's someone that looks like her. Almost akin to family. Another elf, but has that nice paler features that you've come to know. Seem all the same of what you've seen for the inability to sleep, but something about this, the way the torso kind of rolls through. You notice that down more towards the hip, there actually seems to be a smaller core of gem sitting right there about where the liver would normally be.
I want that.
Are you just taking it and adding it to yourself, or?
Oh, what are my other options?
Well, to keep it, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I want it for me. I want to put it in my body.
You go to grab this core, and it seems to almost kind of roll in your hand like a water balloon for a second. So you kind of roll it for a second. You go to place it in about the same place that you saw where it came from, and you feel this kind of slow ebb of magic kind of start to roll through towards your core, as well as you can kind of feel your own being kind of start to relax a little more. You add Astral Elf Starlight Step.
Ooh. Oh. Don't mind if I do.
Which ones were you thinking of re-rolling, by the way?
Oh shoot, I never wrote it down. It was the Hill Dwarf torso.
Oh, yes. Let's make sure that's recorded as well.
Yeah, I totally forgot to write that in. But yeah, so I will.
I mean, as we're here coming to the end, this point is I can just also untoggle that one. But the idea would be that you have to set down your torso currently before donning a new one.
Yes, I'm fine with that. Cause yeah, I wanna like have the safety of my torso, but then if I find something better, I wanna like try vehemently to rip this tiny body off of myself.
All right. I've unchecked it for you.
Thank you. I'll go here. Open up the right sheet. Okay.
You've kind of rounded it back about as you looked back over, and those same pair of legs right next to him, actually, another set of legs, slightly bigger, but just they almost seem like the two corpses were curled up with each other, and you realize the one next to it was a nice same pair of complete legs.
No, I'm not taking this. Go away.
You also make a Constitution check. It's with this one that you also have your senses, as you can start to hear for a second, just this bell go off. As this you hear it for a first moment behind you, and then following it, that wave of wind rushes by you. There's a burn that happens across the back of your head, and you can now start to actually smell this citric waste kind of come through. There's the amount of vile blood and just liquids all around you that actually hit your senses as this wind passes by you. You kind of double for a second as you kind of burns the back of your throat, which actually finds a little bit of comfort to you that you can feel these feelings again.
Yeah. No damage?
No damage.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I'm gonna, after I recover myself, I will continue looking. Oh.
Go Dragonborn. You find the upper torso of this lizard-looking folk in front of you, and you realize that his entire throat is intact. I will more than likely have you roll for if you choose to the color.
Am I taking the throat as in like the vocal box, or the throat as in the neck?
The entire neck.
Okay, can I roll for color first?
Yes. Honestly, in this case, it'll be the breath weapon.
Oh, I see. What do you want me to roll for the color?
D10. So it ends up being a bronzier kind of color to the entire thing.
I'll take it.
Put that bronze dragon breath weapon for a feature.
Bronze dragon breath weapon. Okay. I'm gonna go over here. And I swear, if I get Kenku again, I'm...
Taking off.
No! I'm just gonna be mad. No! Man, I'm not trying to be a furry.
You find these stockier legs with surprisingly hooves almost at the bottom. This it couldn't be from a cow. They're just too upright. You remember old stories of walking cow people being called minotaurs.
No. I refuse.
Yep. You're fine. Go ahead and keep rolling.
Oh, this is the first roll I got.
You
Came back to the same body.
you realized before, you find the good torso of that orc still sitting there, great position. The same one that you saw the organs from originally. The torso itself seems to be in generally good shape, but at this point, it's probably maybe you either dig deeper into this pile or maybe move on and see if there's more somewhere else.
Okay. I'm scared to move on. I'm scared I'm gonna have to fight those things. Ah! Okay.
Laying right next to that, you kind of punch it out of the way, and you see a little more human looking, but of the same kind of stockier build that pass on and keep moving.
I guess so. I'm literally just dragging myself along.
Run a stealth check.
How loud am I?
Still kind of crawling your way through the dirt, but definitely not as well as you want to.
I'm
You realize
assuming...
in front of you.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
You realize in front of you, you also start to see almost a bit of organization around you as this other one is kind of paced over to the side and started reaching out of his pouches and is throwing purely only legs forward into one pile.
My legs. Sorry.
Good.
I'm assuming since this one is the picture of a torso, that it would be a torso. Can I roll for it?
Check to see what condition it's in.
What do you want me to roll for that? Investigation?
Yeah. And it seems just, while the head is a little mashed and mangled, you go to kind of roll it over for a second, you realize the entire back end of it is also slashed and whipped.
Ew. If I stay here, am I able to look into the pile well enough from here to kind of just check for parts?
Yeah, you could run a perception with it as well.
Nice.
Yeah, you very well tell what's going through everything.
Okay. So at this point, if we know that it's lower body legs, do you still want me to roll features first, or do you want me to just roll the race?
Yeah, you're still rolling features.
Okay.
You find, and of the pieces they've been collecting, going through in this pile, most of them seem in generally better condition, and some of the closest ones to you can tell that are in good condition, that of just female human legs.
I have a question. Can I make note of these and set them aside in case I don't find any other ones that I like more, and then come back to them?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if that's outside your capabilities.
Okay.
Definitely pulling it more to like out here. Pull it behind you.
Or at least just pull it so that it's separate, so that I don't lose track of it. Legs.
Feet.
Yeah. That's
Legs.
valid.
Alright,
Oh my
there we
god, I love it. It's amazing. Okay, I'm gonna search a few more times for more legs. More legs.
Okay.
Okay, fuck that. Absolutely not.
You find these kind of stockier legs that actually seem a little more springy than you expected. You see they sit in what seems like a little charred bowl almost. You go to kind of roll it for a second, you see it what seems to almost be the bottom half of a turtle shell is right there at about the hip area, but you know there's two rubbery stocky legs.
I'm not trying to be a furry.
I don't know how you're getting so many fucking animal races. It's hilarious.
Okay, I'm gonna be rolling. Yes! Finally! My brethren.
It exists.
What color are these?
You know, to give it to you, they're the same color
Yeah!
you'd normally be in that nice gray. You seem to find
Wait, are they feminine?
a feminine pair of legs that very much resemble your own.
Yes!
You can wear your dresses again.
The dresses I never wore. Tiefling legs.
Let's go.
Same color! Okay, then I will put my tiefling legs on my little hill dwarf body.
You go like a nice comfortable pair of familiar jeans. You go slide your soul-based legs into these limbs here you found, and kind of wriggle yourself around for a second and twist in your hip, and you feel your soul kind of getting everything to connect for a second. And you kind of take a nice little sigh, and you go to pick yourself up, and you feel for a second that there's a pull, a little disconnect right there at the hips. Run a Constitution check. You go to stand back up, and your upper and lower half kind of separate for a second as you slip your torso and lower half. You kind of slide out with them for a second, and you sit back down and kind of sit yourself and separate your, kind of reconnect yourself and realize that all these patchwork pieces are all kind of just holding together, and you kind of got to move slower, else you might fall apart.
Before I start trying to move away, I'd like to try and rip my torso off again.
Oh, yeah, go for it. Run a Constitution check.
Please be better, please be better, please be better. Damn it.
You give this moment where you give a nice little yank, and big suction for a second as you kind of trying to start to pull at your chest. And you feel your fingers kind of start to dig in there and start to cause a little pain to the side of your ribs for a moment. Go ahead and give you a D4 damage. But you start to feel the torso give.
Oh, it does start to give. Okay. I'll try again.
Can you do a 10 or better? And like a swinging of a door, you kind of just start to grab that whole upper half of your torso, and it kind of starts to pull for a second. And as you get to the center of your ribs and your sternum, you get to kind of pull the ribs apart, and it falls backwards like a jacket as you kind of feel your that open weakness happen again as you kind of stand yourself back up, and the cold starts to eat away at your center again.
I'm free! Okay. I'd like to stealthily come over here to where these upper body torsos are. And I'll roll, I guess.
Yep. As this is your complete last one, you can just roll races as well after that.
Fine. Okay, no.
You find this little larger torso laid out in front of you. Next to it being a slightly green tint one with a.
I'll wait for you. I'll wait.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Run a Constitution check though. So your core is unprotected, and you have
Organs.
yeah.
My organs
organs.
just fall out.
But you hear this bell ring out again as you kind of hear it ring from beyond you off in the distance. And then you kind of know to kind of turn for a second, and that buffeting of wind comes from the opposite direction, pulling across you, and you kind of feel that wave of energy hit your exposed core for a second. You take 5 points of damage.
Yes.
As you feel that that wave of energy kind of pull through you and shake your inner soul.
My organs are okay though. They're staying in place.
Everything
Okay,
else
cool.
seems generally fine.
Slay.
Kind of huddle yourself down, kind of ready yourself, but
Okay. I'm gonna keep rolling for torsos.
seems right next to that original Goliath, there was a second, smaller statured one right next to it that seems more feminine than the first.
No.
But definitely well sturdied.
No.
Not a furry, I guess.
Oh my god.
The other just beyond it is a little more, much more slender, but seems almost dry. Seems a little more leathered than you're expected for a decaying torso.
Ew. I don't think she likes that. Come on.
You get 2 more rolls in this pile before you have to keep looking.
That's fair.
You find this other torso seems almost fuzzy at first glance. It seems to have a little bit of fur to it. It is on the smaller side, much as the other one, but even maybe a little smaller. Still seems generally the right size. Still hold everything that you have for your core and innards, but definitely seems seems like it wouldn't be too much of an issue. It has it definitely needs a good cleaning. It's a little dirtier for everything, but what isn't dirty out here?
Okay, question.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to re-roll for head senses and I were to get tiefling, is there a chance, like, is that how I would be able to get horns again?
You specifically want horns?
I do.
Cosmetic things you can search for without changing the entirety of the face or the body.
I am going to do my last roll for torso in this pile. And then I'm going to move on to a new pile. And I'm going to be looking for horns as I continue to keep looking for another torso. I lost one on my page. Oh, here it is. Oh my god. Okay, I'm moving on.
Without a torso?
Yeah, it was too hard to rip off my torso the last time.
Okay. You rerun a stealth check as well, by the way.
Okay.
As you kind of near yourself here, you kind of notice that the grounds farther out here to the east, they kind of seem to flatten out, and there's a larger gap of ground without much in between it. But you start to see farther out there more seemingly organized lines of everything.
Interesting.
Definitely seems to be a little more out there, but over an expanse of flatter land.
Okay. I'll check these bodies.
Got a chest that matches your throat. On the more of a scalier pieces, roll a d10 again for color if you would. This one being more of a gold color, kind of, you feel like it reminds you of a jewelry, a more decoration. Definitely holds its own beauty though.
She's gonna say to herself, not very inconspicuous. And I'm gonna search again. Oh!
You go to see one of these other torsos right just past it, the one kind of sitting here closer to the edge. You go kind of get a little closer, and something kind of catches the back of your mind for a second. As you kind of look at it, it seems much softer than you were expecting. Definitely holds a little more the malleability than you expected. And as you go to actually press on it, it still has its stiffness, but then you kind of go to release and kind of pull back, and as you take the pressure off, you feel your hand kind of sink down into a little more than it did. Run a history check as well.
That was almost a 20.
It was almost a 20, and I was so excited, but it just,
It's fine. It's
Yeah.
I want that.
All right. You go, can you give me a strength check, though?
A strength check?
As the limbs are not in great condition and are still attached to this torso. You go to start to claw and pull at this this body. Let me do something for a second.
I very much forgot that I had claw limbs.
Yeah. Oh, what are you talking about? Why? Oh, because I'm still in that one. That one didn't load. Of course not. Oh, wait.
Were the arms a part of one of the organs?
Torso.
Oh, part of the torso, okay.
Yes. I'm in the wrong spot. That's why I'm just like, where the shit? All right. Hey, that's what we wanted. Where's, for the fun of it, there you go. If you check your weapons, will you go ahead and use your talons?
Oh, God.
About how I expected that. You go to try and, unfamiliar with them, and you go to trying to start to pull and pry, but you're more just kind of like grasping with your whole hands, and it takes a second to kind of really figure out that you're supposed to more like kind of scratch and poke and then pull. Go ahead and try again. getting there with it, and it's an inanimate object, not really moving anywhere. You go to start to separate the hip and start to pull the head more to the side. You can generally free that torso away, though.
Okay, so I can have the torso.
Yes, you can.
Okay. So I'll just do change in torso.
Yes, changing torso. Which, as you go to kind of press it, you wanted to do the same thing where you're going to kind of fit it on more of like a jacket. You go to kind of press your back onto it, and you feel it kind of start to suck in against you, more like a mud or a slime that kind of rolls itself around you and well encapsulates everything, snugly kind of fits to it. But then as you kind of still kind of returns that warmth to your body, you kind of look down and you realize that you can you push your hand against your own chest and you feel it kind of roll and mold underneath your own force and take shape as you'd like it to be.
Okay, she's not gonna worry about that for now, but she is just gonna take note of it and maybe do that for herself later.
Run an Arcana as well. You realize that while you can also move and roll it and you can change its shapes and colors, you take a second, you can also feel that like you go to press where the collarbones kind of start to connect towards the neck, and you feel that it also kind of can roll over towards where that dragon, the dragon's neck is, as it kind of connects better. You go to kind of press where your hips start to connect, and you feel the torso itself kind of hook into your lower legs a little better. And you get a lot better range of movement across everything as you feel your innards actually kind of shaping to where they should be and finding more of a natural place for everything.
Nice. I
Very
got the
good
best
draw.
torso. Can I roll to find some horns?
Yes, run a perception. And also with that, another constitution check. As the bell rings out.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice.
My soul
The
has a
bell rings
home.
out, and you can almost barely feel the breeze as it kind of waves past you, kind of pulling all the general surrounding areas farther off to the right. Feel that breeze kind of go by, and you barely even have to close your eyes for a second. Take that kind of breath in, and that putrid wave kind of still hits you for a second, as you do fully realize you are standing in a trash yard of corpses, and the smell and viscera surrounding you is a little more pungent than it was before. You take that good look about at a lot of the surrounding areas, and you realize that the state of a lot of these bodies of more destroyed than not. It definitely took more searching about to find the pieces you have. Run a history check. And your mind wanders back to that clawed beast from before, that was picking up different limbs and trimming off different pieces, and you recognize that they were trimming off the pieces that were still in good condition in the first place and collecting a lot of them. Will you also run a stealth check?
Oh, that was almost a 1. That was almost very, very bad.
You also get to hear, as you start moving, you hear the first dignified set of footsteps walking past, as this what seems to be more ghastly suit of armor, wielding a shield and sword, comes pacing past and kind of stops to take a second and survey before turning about and walking back the way it came.
Interesting. I'm gonna keep looking for my horns.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to roll again?
You're looking at that pile there, yes. You do not seem to find any horns that are intact. You find a couple of heads that seem to have them trimmed off at best.
Both or one?
Both.
Okay. Keep looking. If I'm still looking, do you want me to just roll, or do you want to tell me to roll?
You can roll each time you want to check a new area.
Okay.
Seem to have found nothing.
I can see arms over there. The Arokara arms, are they like... Actually, can I just look up a picture of what they look like? Because I feel like I'm not gonna want to keep them.
Yeah.
Fuck that. How do you spell Arokara?
Aarakora. Very bird version.
Okay. They're actually
And it's
not
more-
too bad, I guess.
Yeah, more of just the hands and forearms than anything.
Yeah. How many claws do I have?
You have all,
5 claws?
all 5 fingers.
Okay, cool. Then maybe I will be satisfied with this. Am I missing anything besides my horns?
Yeah, no, you have your whole body currently. You run another.
Stealth?
No, your stealth's fine.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, but you can. But your last one's really good, anyways. You still do not seem to find any of those horns. About there. Yeah, so you can see the edge of the night there. Okay.
Yeah.
You see the back end of this figure who's kind of pointing off to his right. And you get to hear a shuffling of a set of wheels kind of rolling across the dirt farther past him.
I'd like to check this pile for horns.
Seems a lot of disfigured torsos and head pieces more than anything. Just at the edge of your vision, you see another one of those larger creatures rolling a big wagon on wheels off to the side as he starts to cross that larger expanse. Off farther to the right.
Check for this guy.
I'll give you for that one. He also does not have talons, horns. We rerun that stealth check.
Oh god, there's more. Oops, I clicked something I don't know what I clicked.
Seems to not notice your presence.
Can I see this pile for horns?
You can check from there, yeah. And you can tell from that distance there was that lower body that is that direction seemed to at one point have had horns, does not have them currently.
Okay. Oopsies. I'm gonna grab the nicest looking limb from in this pile.
Roll me a race table. Find a nice sturdy locked leg of a rock gnome.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on to gonna try and slowly walk across here. Okay.
Go ahead and rerun that stealth where you are.
Oh, that was almost a nat 20.
Okay, doing great. You see this this larger one here is still just picking through the things he has in his center pouch and just kind of tossing them about in here and kind of rummaging through, pulls another hand out, tosses it from front of him.
I would like to, as quietly so that only in this area could hear it, I would like to make that draconic greeting sound from my throat, my dragonborn throat.
Give me a Constitution check. These will be the first general words out of your new throat. Kind of almost choke on your words for a second. And love a glass of water right now. Kind of trying to clear it for a second. You give this nice little low groan out. And as you do, the one in front of you kind of stops for a second. Kind of, his head turns to one side, to the other. Kind of puts his head back down and continues his work.
I'm gonna step a little bit farther away from the, away from the wall, and I'm gonna make like a clicking sound with my mouth.
Give me a performance. As it is, just a kind of small clicking.
Okay.
And that one, he kind of stops what he's doing and kind of turns over to kind of face you. And at first kind of glance, he kind of stops. And are you making yourself visible all the way?
Yeah, I have the gnome leg in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like kind of off, like as an offering to it. That's what he, when he turns around, that's what he would see me posed as.
Kind of stops for a second and kind of tilts side to side, and he takes a little half step forward, and his claw kind of goes out and grabs the leg.
I would like to try and like take my hand back before he can actually grab it.
Okay, that wouldn't be anything hard to do. He's not really moving fast for it, so.
Oh, okay.
He kind of snaps in midair for a second, just kind of stops, and kind of his whole body kind of leans to the side for a second. But then, in the same breath, you hear from beyond him, this other one kind of bark, raspy sound in response. Arashimas, Aratikinas, and kind of starts to approach a little more. Are you trying to make yourself hidden from him at all?
Yes.
Give you a chance to hide.
Okay. Try and go back into the wall there.
Which you do nicely sink into as he turns about to this other one that kind of barks a command almost to him. He kind of stops and turns back towards him, turns and looks this direction, also doesn't see you, and just kind of shuffles off. This other one kind of stops for a second and surveys around a little more. Or kind of turning about and stepping away himself.
Okay. Alright, fuck that.
See this other little slime just once again going about its dismembering jobs of pulling joints as it can.
Does it look like it's carrying anything, or does it look like it's just kind of dismembering?
Just generally dismembering, and he kind of pushes the parts he pulls apart over to the edge of the pile, and then crawls back into the pile to grab another joint as he can.
Any horns in his pile?
And that perception does not seem to be any horns there.
Okay. What about these blue ones? Anything significant of the... Oh, okay. I'm gonna die.
Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
Anything significant about these blue ones that look like the purple ones?
No, they seem to be just going about doing their thing.
Okay. Can I search around this pile and these piles? Looking for horns? Horns, anybody?
Mm-hmm. It does not seem to be that they find any more horns here. Very generally picked through.
Oh.
You see a couple more of these guys working, and this larger one here is toiling through a couple parts here and throwing them into a larger wagon. As you see him taking the last pieces of this pile. Run a insight. This pile that he seems to be going with is of larger creatures and larger masses, seemingly more wild and less human, but also something usually unnatural about a lot of them, as he's kind of still picking through, and you get to see as one of the last corpses he picks up is that of a devil, that he's clips off the last two horns and they fall into the wagon, and tosses the body back into the side.
So the horns went into the wagon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to stealthily go to where the wagon is and just pop into the wagon. I don't know where the wagon is.
Wagon will be right next to him,
Right next
directly.
to him? Okay.
Yeah, that he's dropping pieces into. Roll a really good stealth.
Oh.
That is not what I said. You seem like you're unperceived, so to continue forward, you go to cross this distance, and as you make your way to this wagon, he's, kind of generally doing his last things that he's doing. He grabs a larger body, and he goes to kind of put his other claw by the sides of the shoulder blade, and he kind of just like looks over at you for a second.
I'm gonna pull out the gnome leg.
And he clips the shoulder blade, and the arm kind of falls in there, and you see him just kind of turn back and drop the rest of what he's doing for that. And continues doing. Grab the next body and
Okay, I'd like to try and quietly
turn about.
hop into the wagon.
Mm-hmm. Kind of sees you jump in, just continue what he's doing.
Okay, I would like to put the horns on my head.
Give me a perception to find the horns in the wagon.
Is the wagon like high rise? Like, is it enclosed?
Yes,
Okay.
I would say it's easily sits a good 4 feet off the ground.
Or sorry, like, does
smaller,
it have
heavier
walls on the side of it? Like it's an actual wagon?
Yeah,
Okay,
more
it's not
like
just like a cart. Oh, it is more of a cart?
No. Yeah, I would say like, it doesn't have anything enclosing the top of it. I would think of like a mining cart more than anything.
Yes. Okay.
But yeah, no, you dive into here and you find these two nice black ebony horns that just fell here on top. But then as you also start to kind of grab one, you see the other one, you realize that as you're pushing through, you're going through nicer fingers and well articulated thumbs, some nicer long feet, some pristine hooves, and even a couple other sets of horns sit around here, more of like antlers, kind of tossed all inside this cart.
Specifically, what she's looking for are horns that either resemble devilish or tiefling features, or more specifically, horns that resembled hers from the beginning. So.
And your luck stat is not high enough.
Okay, so then the horns that were ripped off of the devil that I saw, do you have like a general description of those?
I can. I mean, other than just being a black, glossier, sharp-faced horn, I can find you a general picture for what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Ah, perfect. Put that right here in your direct messages so they don't go anywhere to Flannic, but definitely longer, kind of coming to a thinner tip towards the end.
Okay. Anything more specifically curved in general?
The only other ones would be some shorter, something more like a 90-degree turn. There's one other one that sits about like these.
Oh.
In this current cart.
I want those. I want the shorter little ones.
And it is with this also moment that this larger creature here has placed both his inner hands to the side of the cart and has started to roll the both of you
Nice.
off, and gonna punch you around the corner there as he starts to roll you off this way. Any objections? You hear the barking of orders coming from outside the cart. Particular deck.
As we roll away, because this guy has no problem with me being in this cart, I would... Are my forearms, since they're Arakara, do they have feathers on them? Am I a feathered being?
No, they don't seem particularly feathered.
Okay, then yeah, I don't give a shit. I'm just going to hide away in this cart and like conceal myself amongst the rest of the bodies.
We will jump over to this section. If I do the right buttons, we'll do a nice map transition.
Maps. Okay, I'm closing the tables.
Yes, you should be done with those.
Cool. So, I've got Arakara Talons, Fey Ancestry, Warforged Constructed Resilience, a Tabaxi Heart, Half-Orc Senses, Astral Elf Starlight Step. Oh, I can take the Hell Dwarf off. Bronze Dragon, Breath Weapon, Tiefling Legs, same color, and Changeling Torso. Okay.
You feel the cart roll to a stop right about here. As upcoming to the side of it, two other human-shaped faces kind of come up to the edge of the cart, and they both kind of stop when they see the collection of everything, and they kind of turn both to the one kind of here and just give a nice another kind of shout of commands and everything. We give a stealth check as well.
Can I also insight check them to see if these ones will function, or see if they have the capability of killing me? Like, do they look like they could?
Sure. Yeah.
Stealth and what do you want? Insight.
Nice, and kind of, curled yourself down into this cart of everything, kind of burrowed your way down. They seem like they're very just focused at their task at hand right now. They don't really seem all that combative or anything. Give me an Arcana as well. Yeah, they seem more docile than anything, and just kind of workers at best. But yeah, they seem to have barked to this just general words to this one here, and they all kind of step away to what they were doing, and you feel the cart to start moving again.
Okay.
So you feel it kind of come over here to the side. It
I'm scared now.
turns slightly to the side, comes up here to a stop.
Oh no, I'm scared.
As your friend rounds the side of the side of the cart here and starts to kind of reach down and just pluck one or two things at a time, but his two hands come down and the two crab claws come beside them, and they all just kind of grab at whatever's in there. As he starts pulling everything out, kind of turn for a second and start to pile them up here at the end.
Okay.
And
I will
turns to do the same thing again.
try and look, like make eye contact with my friend here. Let's see what happens.
Seems unbothered by you at the time as he kind of just reaches in once again. One hand, two hand, three hand, one claw, two claw. Kind of just reaches down, grabs a handful of things, and
Okay,
turns about to what he's doing.
as he turns around, I would like to stealthily jump out of the cart and go underneath it.
Run that stealth check.
Please don't fail me now. Please. Oh my god, that was almost a nat one. Oh my god.
Luckily not. Yeah, you give a nice little up over turn, roll back underneath the cart, and kind of tuck yourself to the side. As you kind of get to survey your surroundings a little more, you realize that you have this well spread out, almost flea market of body and corpses. They seemed much more organized out here in front of you. All complete pieces. Very few of them even missing hands or feet. A lot of good complete corpses with maybe one or two stab wounds across the entire body.
I would like to perceive these creatures. They stand out to me.
Yes. Moving about are these winged serpents that are kind of softly flapping their wings to kind of keep them upright more than anything. And they'll kind of slither and roll through the sky periodically as they're kind of looking about. They very much just a large coiled up snake flying and floating upright as they kind of peruse about everything. And it is from farther down, you also hear a voice where this other serpent has flown over too. You get to hear a double check on your languages. Yeah, exactly. Get to hear another conversation happening further down the way of something that you can't understand. Just Orashoro, Migar, Spara. Run another Arcana check, though. I was so close to a 20. All right.
Can
You
Oh, go ahead.
run a perception with that Arcana. You can't really tell where from, but there's this wave that comes across you for a second, and it's really faint. But you do also almost smell that energy that Ishide had before. That nice, warm, foresty aroma is faintly in this area.
But I don't know where it came from.
Nope.
Can I roll to try and deduce it?
That was the Arcana check.
Oh, okay. Can I check for directions of tracks to see if the cart has the chance of going forward more this way, or if it kind of like stops to where I am and then goes back in the direction it came from?
Yes, that'd be investigation.
Oh my god, okay.
It's a very muddy area all about you. It's just kind of complete cacophony of traffic. There is no good way to tell much of anything other than people come about here.
Okay. I would like to try and stealth creep my way over here. I don't know if you can see where I'm trying to move my character.
You run another stealth check
Okay.
as you make the move.
I tried, and then it said I hit a wall, so...
Yep. Here, I got you.
Okay.
Going right there, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do so with some general fast steps. You get to kind of roll about, and you find half a bit of cover to kind of conceal yourself around.
Can I try and find Ishide again?
Run another Arcana check, yeah.
Oh my god, that was almost a 1 again.
You realize that as you come out here more into the open, there is just past this other wall is probably where the faintest bit of a trail begins.
Okay, I'm gonna try and creep my way over here.
It's easiest if you either hold shift while you're doing it, but because sometimes it'll try and lock you into where past the train is all it is. But
Oh. Can I move at all? Oh.
Yeah.
I have another character on the map.
Oh, you do. I'm sorry. That was
Okay.
before because I didn't know which map you were landing on.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, that thing is scary.
With right about there, let me get one more Arcana check.
Please tell me that it's not that guy.
So you come around this corner, you get to see there's actually a bit of footsteps that have walked down this way and then back up. But you see a good bit of very disturbed footprints in this area here in the center. As there was a good bit of walking back and forth that happened. And right there is where you really get to pick up. There's a nice, perfectly drawn square in the dirt right about there that was pressed down. And it is right in the center of that where you have the beginning of Ishide's magic really start to solidify. But it is also at the same time that I need you to roll a really, really good stealth check.
Last time you said that, I got fucked up.
Really, really, really good one. Okay, because at that same time as you kind of round here, this figure has started approaching down this way.
Is he gonna kill
And
me?
he is kind of searching about, turning his head side to side. I need you to take an action.
An action?
I need you to do something. Or you can sit there. As the original check, I will reveal that one for you. He knows that something's over here.
Damn.
Are you trying to hide past that, or?
Can I roll something? If I know that, or if I have the suspicion that this is Ishide's magic and there is some sort of symbol on the ground, can I...
There seems to be a square impression on the ground.
A square impression impression.
Mhm.
Can I...
Something square was pressed down here.
Something square. Is that... So there's no, like, spell or information or magic or anything like that that would, like, help me understand that more?
Maybe a really damn good arcana or a damn good investigation.
Okay, no.
Let me see the investigation. It's a damn good investigation. You trying to feel towards that arcane link that happened, and trying to trace Ishide's aura a little better, and you realize that as you kind of open your eyes and you kind of think about what the shape is, what you can tell is that with that arcana feel that you had, Ishide's presence was very, very soft and weakened up until this point, and it seems to have solidified about there, as it sat for a moment and then was continued off back in the opposite direction of where this man approaches from. And towering over you at this point, this little man kind of stops for a second, sees you kind of peer to the side as he takes a moment to kind of turn, smile happily. Orishara, gararara. And kind of raises an open palm to you for a second, closes his eyes, and smiles with his entire face.
That's... Can I insight check that? Am I going to die if I stay here?
Roll an insight check. You know, he seems generally welcoming. He's trying to be a little less threatening. And he's definitely, he hasn't drawn. He has a sword to his side. And he doesn't have it in any kind of offensive way.
How far is Starlight Step?
30 feet. Run a perception as well, if you're looking past him.
Yes.
You kind of glancing over his shoulder, kind of trying to survey the area, and you really taking a good look over past him and what you believe to be Ishide's trail. And you can also kind of just on, not even the horizon, but a little closer, you can actually start to make out those big iron rusted walls out in the distance.
I've been found out, so I'm just gonna slowly, I'm gonna smile. And you said he extended a hand out to me?
His open palm as he kind of just gives like a small wave almost.
Okay, I'm gonna slowly kind of, as if to step out from the distance or whatever, I want to stand in Ishide's square and return that gesture. And I want to attempt the draconic greeting again.
Performance. He kind of stops for a second. He's taken back. He kind of twists his head for a second, places a hand to his chest, and he hums that greeting back at you. Borumba Isha. Wow. Borama? Biri Saramo?
I want to kind of put my hand over my mouth and try and convey that I don't speak, period. I'm gonna try and feign mute aside from just that greeting.
Another performance. 2 15s in a row.
3 technically. 'Cause my-
3 technically.
My perception.
He kind of stops for a second. He puts that other free hand that he has on his hip and he cocks his head to the side. Picks that hand back up and he points it at you and Oramaras Shabadaria.
I'm gonna nod.
He kind of smiles and taps his hand to his chin and kind of hums to himself for a second. What and he kind of taps the side of him. Isarasa ara iara ishare. Kind of sparks and points his finger towards you.
I'm gonna nod again. I'm gonna nod and I'm gonna like put my hand on my heart.
Goroma Shofom Sasris. He kind of rolls through a couple of different words as he kind of thinks about them. Anything else for you?
Yeah, I want to point to the ground where I'm standing and I'm gonna point in the direction of her footsteps.
He kind of gives a little nod and Coleman? Say? Or Gormisa Settles. He's kind of keeps happening, rapping to the side of his head. Mershis.
I'm gonna put my hand, like one of my hands out, like palm out, or palm up, sorry, and like with my other hand I'm gonna use my 2 clawed fingers to like make a walking motion on my palm.
And he kind of holds his hand out for a second and kind of watches what you're doing. And, gotta, and he kind of nods his head along. Boroshi's and he kind of stops for a second. He kind of turns and looks back for where he came. Looks back at you. Borosha, Arasha. And he kind of holds his hand forward. He's kind of in a stopping or motion, kind of roll an insight. Seemed generally like he was just trying to tell you to wait here or stop here or something, but he kind of turns for a second and walks back.
As he turns and walks back, I'm gonna go over here and hide again.
Run that stealth check.
Can't believe he rolled a 30.
You hear those footsteps start to approach back as in his hand he holds a large iron cage, about 4 feet by 4 feet wide, length and width, and then about another 5 foot high. As he kind of walks back over here, and he kind of stops for a second. He kind of turns to the side. What ars? And he kind of takes all the way a step forward, and he sets it down on the ground, and you realize that it holds the same size as the other impression right next to it.
Oh.
What are you?
She got
He kind of looks to the side. Horas, and he kind of leaves the cage there as he goes down this way to continue to look.
I would like to try and stealth and just run.
Do so.
What do I get, 30 feet?
Generally, if you're making it to the edge of this map here, which you would be,
Is it 30 feet?
we will.
I can't tell.
Well, yeah, I would say the edge of your green should be your 30 feet. So,
Oh, okay.
but you're
Oh,
also
I
like
just-
halfway into that square, anyways. So,
Yeah.
where the nice little measuring tool comes in, yeah, that's the 30 feet. So,
Okay.
but yeah, no, we'll consider that the transition there.
Damn.
And the end of our session today.
Alright, thank you, Mr. DM. That was very invigorating. If I was streaming, I would raid into Ford, but I don't even think she's live yet.
I don't think she's live just yet, but
I miss Ford. Okay, any last words before I end this recording? I'm just at 2.5 hours.
yeah, a little over, but a little picky on the body part.
Yeah.
Did you get to see? I'm going to shortly for a moment configure this and get rid of its token vision. In the case thereof, as you were kind of in the cart for the other half of it, this side of everything is the organized side of all the body parts. Would have been a lot easier to find specific items
Oh.
on this side.
See, I was just scared.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's part of the stress. So
Oh, that's really funny, though. Oh my
But-
gosh.
that's why I was just like, the other side seems
But
a little more in straight lines. And I was
I got so many cool little organs
did.
from other places, and I have cool little extra thingies available now, or theoretically.
theoretically,
Yeah.
in theory.
In theory.
But yeah, no, that's it. That's
Okay.
your mini session.
Thank you, Mr. DM. I'm gonna end the recording here.
It's so good. It's so good.
Welcome to your mini session, my little minion of chaos.
That's me.
Today we see how just how dead we can make a party.
It's
If
real.
it's worth doing once, it's worth doing twice, As you have this common standards and practices, would you start with, of course, the best?
Oh, a history
And-
roll?
A pure 20 for luck, and then a history roll.
Okay. Pure 20.
In this case, the history roll.
Oh. Yep, that's gonna track. That's gonna track through the whole session.
And the history is, if you need assistance on remembering anything, I will offer a 10 equivalent on
Excellent.
information.
Let's see. So
What happened
last
to Joe?
time we left the dragon's den, went back with Grom, met up with Caliban, who looted the house, turns out.
I mean, you don't know that.
No. At the end of the
It
episode, the Caliban
that's
admitted it
right.
to Grom, yeah. So I do know that.
Okay. You and Caliban
I
know that. The other
no
two
one
don't.
else
Yeah.
knows that. Yeah, they don't know that. I know that. Ishide reached into what was thought of as a bag of holding and really tried to climb in, and me and Caliban prevented that for a little bit. Eventually, I opted to just shove Ishide in for funsies, thinking it was a bag of holding. It was not that. So Ishide and Juniper go into the bag and cease to exist, which breaks Malachite, and he kind of just drops to the floor and recontemplates his life decisions. Caliban is upset. Grom is freaking out. Eventually, Malachite makes the decision to go in after and convince Caliban to join me. So together we begin our entry into the bag. Grom provides both of us with a lot of equipment. Pretty much anything he can grab and shove in our hands. And we go into the bag. I rolled a Constitution check or save successfully, and that is the extent of my knowledge.
Yeah.
I think that's
My
everything.
assistance to your history check, the only thing I will also have the fun to clarify is your sister had also wanted to continue to push Ishide into the bag the entire time.
That is true.
Part of your deciding factor for her.
For pushing Ishide all the way in, absolutely agreed.
But yeah, plenty of fun was had. Yes, you did succeed a Constitution check, which we will get to. But we're starting this a little high table.
Sure.
A little outside of your viewpoint from Malachite. There's this. It's an event that takes place at an undisclosed time and undisclosed situation. But if you would for a moment, it's very simplistic view to be had. At one night, being more rare than the rest, Grom sits at a nicely clean table, empty, surprisingly no tools, no projects, just him, and an odd cup with him as he sits, more of a rarity, in complete silence, sipping away at any amount of stout liquid coming from this cup. And the only other thing notable for this, across from him on the other side of this table, sits a lightly decorated bag. As Grom sits contemplating, unknowing, uncertain, and with a good bit of frustration, uncertainty, and just grumbling, thinking, trying to come to a decision, until he finally stands, walks up, grabs this bag, walks across the room with it towards his glowing furnace, never completely extinguished, as he stands and contemplates for a moment and casts this bag inside of it. The bag lands among the coals and the heat, and it starts to almost squirm and writhe inside the heat for a moment as the whole thing kind of starts to almost beg for its life, until the flames lick into its core and it starts to burn into ash. Grom kind of hangs his head for a second, thinks about it, nods along, and walks across the room, unknowing if he's helped, damned, cursed, anything. Malachi himself finds himself inside of a void of this bag. Very much a complete darkness outside of your normal that your eyesight can see. You give a second to strain your eyes and look around. Get a nice perception check out of you.
Yeah. Perception. Wow, a nat 1 for luck, but a nat 20 for perception. All right, we'll go. We'll take it.
Yeah,
Jesus
we'll take
Christ.
every moment of it. So, being slightly more driven to figure out what the fuck just happened, and dove into this bag, and you're met with this darkness as you kind of have the sensation of where you came from and where you're going. You kind of continue in a more forwardly direction. You start to kind of feel almost like a trail or a path lit out in front of you. And as you're kind of looking forward, you see just the speck of dust almost in front of you that you're kind of going towards. And as it starts to grow and get a little closer, you feel it's just within arm's reach as you go forward, and you kind of grab onto what is the end of a frayed rope. And you pull it towards you a little bit, and it maybe extends about 10 feet until you find the other end nice and cleanly cut. And it's at the same time that you feel almost like the warm radiance of the sunlight, direct sunlight, just on the back of your neck and the back of your hands. You can feel a little bit of warmth all around you. just enough to where it's not necessarily uncomfortable, but you can tell that the path behind you is no more, and your sister lies somewhere in front of you. As you try to start straining your eyes and look farther ahead, you realize that your sense of gravity and your orientation isn't quite the same anymore. Your feet do not stand on solid ground. In your words, in Malachite's words, how would you describe your forward progression?
So I'm floating?
Equivalently. I'm asking you, how would you perceive the situation? And how would you like to progress forward?
To clarify, as I am floating, there is a trail in front of me. Exactly what... Can you describe the trail a little bit more? Because I'm not sure if you mean like a dirt path kind of thing, or like a trail of stuff.
It does not have a tangible or visual trail. You feel a path in front of you. There is a direction in which you came and a direction in front of you, but there's nothing signifying such.
I guess, having never floated, I would probably try and walk normally. Well, I guess I would have swam.
Wisdom
I'd
save.
probably try walking, and if I could walk, I'd walk. Otherwise, I'd do like a swimming thing and follow that trail.
Or sorry, yeah, wisdom check. Sorry, I said save. That works better. Never mind. Don't. You did check. Even better. Let's go.
Yep.
Yeah, no. So you kind of have that will to walk forward. You want to try and put your feet on solid ground, and your feet find it as such. Your heel taps down first, and it rolls onto your toe, and you can feel a surface among the darkness in front of you, and it seems smooth as marble, one continuous, flat, solid piece. There are no floorboards. You're okay.
Love that joke. It's stuck forever. So, walk forward towards, I suppose, wherever that trail leads, because it seems likely it would probably lead me towards Juniper.
So, a good, I'm gonna need another perception check. I know your last one was a 20. Phenomenal. So let's follow it up with
A 1. I mean, it has a 1.
Okay, close. Your sense of time starts to get a little diluted as you realize the darkness that you sit within is very much just kind of endless in that expanse that you go. You're continuing forward, and you just start to make out in front of you a very faint blue light well off in the distance, and you can't exactly tell what it is, but it is a little bit of a glow, one little speck, like a star in the sky, down in front of you.
Is there... I'm also writing my own notes, because I need notes. The speck in the distance, is it attached to any sort of, like... I guess this is a very dark expanse, and I can see nothing other than what I can seem to perceive as a trail. There's not like a landmass in the distance or anything like that.
Nope.
I would probably head towards the spark then. That seeing as that is the only difference in this big black darkness.
You roll me a wisdom check again.
Wisdom. Ugh.
Yeah, you good there?
Yeah, it did a weird disconnection and then came back.
Oh, so you look like your whole thing just reset on me. You wheel yourself forward. You just continue to walk on this path, and it seems like this speck is just farther and farther outside of your distance. Nothing receding, nothing growing. Just seems that you're walking quietly in this expanse. You do also notice with your steps that they do not even necessarily resound or cause any kind of an echo or a sound with each step.
Do I have all of the stuff that I entered with? I don't know if that really matters right now, but I'm interested.
So as you kind of take a second, you're walking, you kind of look down, and you go to kind of like press against your own chest, tap your hips and whatnot, and you realize your hands themselves almost seem wispy for something almost like a misty fog, and has a trail that kind of peels off of your own hand as you wave it about. The general form of you seems intact, but everything's almost as if you have a haze across your eyes.
I suppose I'm not getting closer to the speck necessarily. Is the speck and the trail lined up? Like, do they go towards the same location?
They seem to, yeah.
I suppose I'll just continue walking. I'm not really sure where else to go.
Give me another wisdom check.
That's pretty solid.
Pretty solid indeed. You continue walking. As you're walking, what would you say your mind wanders to?
It would probably do a variety of things, but it would probably be regret for not being more careful with the bag, worry for my sister, worry about Grom. Probably worry to some extent about Ishide since she's been around a lot. Probably a little less worried towards Caliban since Caliban has kind of not been particularly, not like overly friendly. We're kind of just there. Probably concerned about where I am, what that light is.
As these thoughts kind of dance across your mind, you find the speck has started to grow more and started to expand. What was just kind of a slight spark on the distance has grown to almost the size of a golf ball. It seems almost tangible, but every time you go to try and reach out and kind of go, your hand completely covers it. You can still tell it's at a distance, but it has grown in size. And it almost seems to have its own shape.
I'm interested. I would like to attempt to focus very specifically on finding my sister. I don't know if that'll help, but I'd like to think on that very, very hard. And continue
Give me an
heading towards the
intelligence
speck.
check.
Oh, that's gonna be bad, buddy.
Okay. And you know some way that you have this connection with your sister. There is some tangible line that was there. You felt it sever, and you can almost start to hazily feel it again, that she's somewhere along this path. And you remember for a moment that time with the gem as you were going back and forth with different amounts of mana. And I want you to roll an Arcana check to see if you can sense her trail of mana. Well outside your reach.
Yeah.
However, I do also like the fun for your religion checks, if you would.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Hey, religion.
You remembering back to that crystal and kind of toil in the thought of trying to find your sister. And as you do, that spark in front of you almost starts to have this halo effect around it. Some extra shining light kind of sparks around and grows in intensity as there's a nice faint, perfect circle that forms around it. As you start kind of trying to think about your sister and her whereabouts, this kind of grows in intensity, and you can start to see that mirage effect around it, almost making like a bullseye.
Could I?
Maybe.
I'm trying to think of what I like. My end goal is to continue heading towards the light. Is thinking about things causing changes in the speck in the distance? Like, is thinking about the things making it get bigger? I guess.
Roll, hey yo, think. Roll an insight.
Hey, insight's pretty solid. All right, could have been better, but
You do believe there's a good correlation between those, of just like as your thoughts kind of wander and change, you can kind of tell a correlation happening with your surroundings.
Can I focus specifically on Juniper and specifically on the crystal or the sibling bond or variation of both? I guess I think maybe where the glowy magic is coming from. Maybe, I don't know.
I'm gonna give you a choice here
Okay.
between another arcana, another religion, or just a flat D100, or different DCs for all of them.
Well, let's do the fun of the D100 because the other two have a +0 and the 100 sounds like fun. All right.
Jeez. Yeah.
It's not bad.
As you kind of focus to it, and you're kind of just trying to focus on that path and that connection and what that tethered you felt snap before, that circle seems to almost solidify and intensify into a nice continuous ring, like a complete circle around this object in front of you. And you can almost also start to feel that path in front of you illuminate just ever so faintly. You can start to see a continuous, slightly bended trail as it just goes directly towards this distance. Roll a perception with it.
Yeah, perception. I'm good at that.
Let's
Holy my
fucking go.
All right.
You get another one of those. Let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. For the funs of it, roll another perception check.
For the fun
Still
of it.
count.
All right,
We're keeping that one. But
All
roll me
right.
one more.
Still
I
not a
thought that
bad
was
check,
another 20.
honestly.
I thought it was another 20.
Lost my shit.
All right. Yeah. No. So you kind of start to focus on this trail as everything kind of almost illuminates like a path in the woods in the moonlight. You can tell that the surface that you thought once, completely solid, actually seems to be rolling forward. It almost like a small stream of water kind of progressing along. And as you continue to kind of take a couple more steps, you can almost feel it kind of drag and pull at your feet and kind of guide you along at a faster rate.
Towards the speck?
Yeah.
I mean, I will go towards the speck as fast as I can. Like, not as fast, but I will move at a reasonable rate. I'm not going to sprint.
Mm-hmm. You, as you're, start to pick up that nice light jog, you can feel almost no exhaustion, as your body itself doesn't seem to have any kind of tiredness. But you do notice, as with your great perception, as you're kind of going for it, and the pathway itself, you almost seem to sink a little farther into it. It starts to at first kind of creep up to the top of your feet, more towards your ankles, and then you can start to see the path itself it isn't necessarily that you're sinking, but it's more growing around you. And what was kind of just wispy light path, now it seems to be more of like a flow of water around you. There's these particles of light that just seem to be kind of grabbing what now becomes around your knees and your shins and your legs and kind of guiding you and assisting you forward. Would you like to continue forward?
I would definitely love to continue going forward in this fashion.
As you continue your run, your jog forward, that distant object seems to be growing more and more, and you can start to see some shape to the entire thing. And as it starts to grow, and what was more of a golf ball, it starts to elongate and kind of form more shaping of more of a peanut, as it kind of grows larger and larger to about the size of an apple, size of a small ball. It just continues to grow inside your sight line.
Okay.
And we'll do a slight transition here.
Yeah.
And we'll do a transition here.
Interesting.
So in front of your eyes, you spot this. A little louder, but
Yeah.
you spot this. This shape starts to take in its form in front of you, and you notice that what once you as your little halo surrounding the entirety of the thing of the shape has not really grown in size either. You find that it is still kind of held its size and has solidified itself to be centered more towards the top end of everything now. You can see this ring still almost guiding.
Is that the circle there, I presume?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, looking around, there are other things here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Am I looking down at what is some sort of...
This is still seems to be suspended in front of you. It's very much just eye level out in the distance still, but but at this point also with your running, this path has kind of now started to completely envelop you about to your hips, and jogging is a complete breeze.
I'll just continue jogging.
Mm-hmm.
I wanna head towards the speck of light. I want to get there.
Or well, this whole thing would be
Well,
that. What was
I
that?
guess the circle being the focal point.
Yeah.
Then the focal point.
As you continue forward, we'll get one more nice wisdom check
Wisdom.
and a perception. Good understanding of what's going on. All right, yeah, no, focus, dude. Dead set. You got that rhythm of running. You're here to go, my dude. That's the goal, right there, like a marathon. You're just jogging.
Yep. That sounds like me.
These this path of light kind of starts to go above your waist and up towards your midsection for a second, and you're just getting a nice solid jog forward. I'm not even gonna give you another perception check for it. It's fine. You're as you're jogging directly forward, getting your own rhythm into it. You notice that these particles kind of start to come up towards your chest, and they also seem to angle just slightly down, and more at a downhill decline. You can start to feel now what was running upon a straight path. You start to feel yourself starting to trot downhill. So much easier to run though. Like no issues here. Continuing to jog.
Yep. I'm just gonna keep eating at this point.
Yep.
I didn't see anything.
Well,
I'm not that smart.
Yeah. A nice, couple steps forward. You feel your speed starting to pick up for a second, as this hill starts to become more and more angular down. What was, just a nice little jog has become starting to get longer steps and almost half jumps and bounds as you're hopping almost downhill at this point. You're becoming more to like a 30 and 40 degree decline at this point. As you notice these particles of light just more and more, instead of pointing directly in front of you, or angling farther and farther down. Would you make me a nice athletics check?
Athletics. I think I can do that. Yeah, it's not bad. 14, good sir.
Mm-hmm. You start to feel what you were standing on and start to just give a little more, and you get like one or two, and you trying to like almost catch your hand behind you for a second, and you feel that solid surface, smooth as can be, but right behind your hand, no traction, as you start to kind of rebalance yourself, and you realize you're coming into a slide, much almost as if you were trying to get to a section of cover after a full run. You feel that your whole weight kind of pick up speed as your center of balance starts to shift. You're now almost sitting on your ass as you start to slide, and this chute becomes more of a path. You are sliding down this incline. Still towards this center circle, though.
Is there anything of note around me or around that circle that I should notice?
You're gonna run a perception for it.
Yep. Kind of figured.
Go. Yeah, you start to notice that, like, while this path and what was just kind of well laid out front, you're kind of rolling through it. It feels like you're almost sliding with rain as it's down falling. And your eyes kind of start to be able to focus and pick up some more lights in the farther background when this was the only source of light. There seems to be more amongst the actual lights in the farther distance. What once was this tiny speck, more start to litter the background, and in this shape that you are progressing forward, you do start to make out the more intricate details, that there seems to be almost pores or holes throughout the entire surface, and there are breaks and flow through the entire thing. You can obviously see the larger mountain range off to one side and a larger crater to the bottom, but that circle is still nicely pointing forward, and if anything, it seems to, there we go. It almost seems to have shrunk.
Amazing. Well done. I mean, it's interesting that those things are there, but they're not necessarily drawing my attention, so I would probably continue towards the focal point.
Mm-hmm. Yep. This nice slide is becoming exactly that, and is shooting you forward across this distance. You find yourself becoming closer to that. But a problem arises as you realize that your speed is just continued to pick up and up and up. And you notice that this surface is starting to encroach upon you faster than you were running. You may need to start slowing down.
Speed? No, I probably should. Yeah, if I'm starting to sense that I should slow it down, I guess my goal... I'm trying to think of how I can slow myself down. I guess, yeah, just probably maybe dig my feet and stop running with it and start trying to go backwards to maybe slow it as much as I can.
Oh, I'll say, yeah, sorry. At this point, you're much not on your feet anymore. You're kind of on your ass, actually sliding. Yeah, like
a my bad.
Child's slide. You're kind of
right. I don't know how to slow that down. Is there any way for me to dig my feet into the slide in front of me?
Give me a wisdom, and then a athletics. Go to start to kind of stab your palms behind you for a second, put your heels down for it, and you realize that they're kind of just kicking through it. And what once was more of a solid surface, your feet and your hands kind of just swish through the air for a second. You find yourself more directly falling in what feels more now, what was solid feels more like a river and a collection of water that you're now just kind of floating in as you tumble down towards, as if a torrent of water is bringing you towards a waterfall.
How about... Can I focus on any sort of internal raginess to give myself a chance of slowing it down? Oh no, I can't. I have no rages. Never mind. You know what? At this point, there's no... I can't fight this river that is carrying me, so I will just go with it and try and do my best to stay afloat. Shit.
So you feel this this current, this thing still bringing you in a good general direction directly towards this this circle, still guiding you past forward, and it once again still just kind of seems to keep the same size that it once was, but as the mass behind it starts to grow, it obviously smaller in comparison. And but it's at this point where you kind of give that almost fruitless situation you find yourself in. You kind of give up and just kind of keep yourself afloat. You feel the whole mass that you're in start to almost take a slight bank to the side, and it's at this point that the ring that you see that was kind of holding its size starts to grow to match the landmass around you, and you feel yourself, instead of being pulled directly towards the center of it, you feel yourself pulled almost slightly off to the left side of it.
Is there any way I can redirect myself?
Give me a wisdom.
Wisdom?
Wisdom. You generally being a current of water that you've had this as you've try and swim against it to the side and try and swim perpendicular to the flow a little bit, taking a nice athletics check, of course.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
good torrent of water.
Of course. This is going great.
Reaching big scoops of water, you kind of feel yourself coming to one side, and you kind of just start one hand, the other hand start pulling directly to your side, trying to grasp it. Seemingly nothing. As you kind of pull it to your side, you feel yourself scoot farther and farther off the course of center and more towards the side, and you can feel your balance start to shift a little more off to the side and almost beginning to feel into more like a bank as there's a turn in the river. Still at a nice descending rate, you find yourself getting closer and closer to the edge of the circle that is growing in size at this case. And you feel like with enough effort, you could even get to the edge of this ring as it starts to grow in size, coming closer towards you.
Yeah, my goal would be to reach the focal point, because the focal point being is whenever I thought about either the crystal or juniper, that is what drew me. So my goal would be immediately to get to the focal point. So yeah, whatever I gotta do.
Another athletics check. You go in and once again still trying to paddle and pull yourself off to the side, and you find yourself getting more towards the edge of it, but you just didn't quite make it all the way to the edge, and you feel yourself start to slip back in towards the center as you start to curl and swirl around the inside of this ring as it passes and shoots right past you at full speed. You start to feel your whole body start to violently spin in this whirlpool, just bringing you back towards the center. Make a nice Constitution check. Is that a nice Constitution check? You lose yourself and your whole sense of weight as you as your body kind of rolls and you feel your shoulder tuck over you for a second. Your face kind of slams into the surface of water as you know it. As your whole body starts to twist and tumble inside now a washer cycle that you found yourself in. As you've tumbling and rolling through, it's nothing that fills your lungs or necessarily causes you to drown, but you start to feel that battering and pressure of as if you're caught in a tornado for a second. Roll a perception. See how well you can keep track of yourself.
This is excellent.
These are the only things you can roll, 1s and 20s?
Apparently, it is either excellent or not at all. There's no in between, really.
That works, because the question was how well you can keep track of yourself as you are being tossed amongst this whirlpool tornado of pathway you were in. You completely almost blank out. You feel your whole brain kind of slide to one side, and you're almost starting to black out under the forces that be. You kind of fighting to keep yourself conscious as you're just twisted violently in this vortex that kind of picks up and just kind of rushes you in circles. You can feel that twisting and spinning and just completely dazed as you get yourself tossed farther and farther. Your sense of time is distorted, and the next real situation that you find yourself in is that they're kind of unconscious, and you can kind of fading your consciousness back in, and you find yourself just kind of laying with the solid surface underneath your back. Let's get another Constitution check out of you.
Better not be another fucking 1.
Preferably not, yeah.
Well, it wasn't a 1.
You know, yeah, so you wake up, you just kind of, your whole body's been twisted, your whole brain's still giving a nice spinning toss to it, like you've been stuck on a rolling chair that just been spun around like you were a child once again, playing with the rope in the tree. Your friends tried to spin you 100 times over, but you fell on the ground and you're just laying there for a second, eyes closed, the whole world's spinning about you. Run me that whole stomach kind of starts to roll, and you kind of roll to one side and heave for a second, but you realize there's nothing really in your stomach. As you kind of heave again, clutch yourself and try and press your hand to your chest, and you meet just kind of this odd sensation as your hand starts to almost fade through into your chest. And as you open your eyes and you look down, your hand and your mass seem almost translucent. You can see through your own wrist and forearm to the ground below you.
Well, that's probably not good.
And you shake your head for a second, and you look to your left and right. You just see corpses and pieces of bodies strewn about you. You can see a small mound off to the side, as you do not know where you stand.
This looks like a lovely little space. I guess I'm gonna go look about. Can I see if the bodies have they been here a while? Like what is the ground? What is the spaces around me? Am I in a cave? Am I in an open space?
That nice general perception. Hey. So You take a good look around. You realize that the surface you're standing on seems slightly rocky. Has its own firmness to it. Not unlike a cave, but definitely doesn't have as much texture as you normally expect to it. And you kind of get to look around, and you realize that the surface you're on kind of reminds you almost like an island. But there's not necessarily a wall among the edge of it. There's almost a cliff face. There's a distance to it that as you go to take a small lean over to peek, you just see that starry empty expanse beneath you that kind of distorts your vision to the point that you can't really tell if that's something you're looking down and out at, or if that's something that's directly in front of your face, like a glass wall. And it kind of almost gives you a headache, kind of starts to pang for a moment. As your perception and depth tried to rotate 3 or 4 times to distant to close to. So you shake for a second and take a step back. You look at these corpses, and they are definitely old as can be. They're falling apart, decaying and rotting. Nothing in great condition. And you notice that they're. I'm gonna pause you there for half a second.
Yeah. So I'm going slow.
Yeah, you start to notice that they're just, complete disarray, and as you kind of come upon one of the smaller limbs right here by your feet, you kind of stop for a second and roll me a wisdom save.
Wow.
There we go. You realize that as you kind of stop and you look at it for a second, you stop yourself as your hand is in front of you, and you're almost half bent for a moment. You realize you moved on your own. Just a fraction of a moment you moved, and you stopped, caught yourself that you were reaching for this hand, and you feel this gnawing at the back of your head for a second of there's this want, there is this need for this here arm in front of you.
I guess I will grab the arm?
Question mark. You go to reach all the way down, slower this time, to kind of reach down and grab this hand, and as you go to reach down to it, you feel your hand and your fingertips start to bleed into it, and you kind of pass through it for a second, but as you do, you start to feel a tingling and warmth back in your hand that you just realized was not there prior to. You can actually start to feel a little bit of sensation back in your fingertips as they touch this arm. And you feel almost a little more at ease, and there's a pain in the back of your head that seems to fade for a second, just slightly.
So by picking up an arm, am I holding it, or is it just my body?
Yeah, completely on the ground, but as your hand goes to touch it, it goes to fade into it, and you feel this pull almost as your arm itself wants to set all the way into it, like a glove.
That's gross. I like that. That's neat. I guess I would probably fit it if there's a pain in my head, and it indicates to me that this is probably a good thing if it removes that pain. Then, so sure, let's fit the glove.
You go and press your arm all the way down to it. You slide your hands across this decaying slab of an arm that was still there, and your fingertips kind of reach down, almost feels like a slow drag, like you're digging your hand through sand. And as you go to match your palm to it, you kind of start to lift it, and you feel the whole arm start to lift up off the ground like a gauntlet fully encased around to your elbow. And you can go to lift it, but you start to feel the chunks of flesh that almost start to fall and decay and roll off for a second. As it does, you can almost start to feel the chill of the flesh itself separate from the bone, fall back down to the ground. And what was warmth across the rest of everything just returns to that emptiness. Off in the distance, you hear to what'll be generally your left, Or sorry, no, yeah, you're right. Farther off to your right, you hear a bell start to kind of ping off in the distance. And as you do, there's this rushing wave coming from the opposite side, flowing in that direction. There's this large rush of energy that comes across you. We run a Constitution check.
What exactly does the energy feel like?
Like a large blowing gust of wind kind of comes across you for a second, and it pulls at your entire core, and your back kind of bends over for a second as this blast kind of almost like an explosive amount of fire ruptured, and this wave comes across your left towards the sound of the bell. You feel this rush, and your whole core kind of doubles over for a second. You look down to your two hands, and the one that is inside this gauntlet that you have of flesh now seems to kind of curl at its fingertips for a second, but your other hand kind of wisps for a second, and you feel your energy kind of start to pull out of your chest and across your fingertips towards the sound where the bell came from, and with the wind seems to have been pulled away from you. Will you take a d4 of damage?
Oh, I see. So the bell is like a timer, if you will. Hey, that's a great amount of damage. Wonderful.
Make a nice insight check.
Well,
Yeah, not bad. Very much understanding. Yes, there seems to be a bit of urgency here. The way you are is not something that is sustainable, and you seem to be a little more protected if you had a little more flesh on your bones, so to say. But it is also with this, as the wind kind of calms for a second, and the expanse returns to its normal void, you feel once again the rest of this flesh start to kind of drip and fall from this arm as it kind of falls back to the ground. The pressure in that came with that bell tone has stripped the last bit of it from it, and all that's kind of left there is just the hollow floating of a bone.
so is it just the bone itself, not like the skin?
Just the bone. And you realize you kind of had to like concentrate to even keep it in place.
So my goal currently is to not be destroyed by the bell and get myself a full suit of fleshy armor. Got it.
Sounds like a good goal.
Yep. I guess I'm gonna just start grabbing things that look particularly good and equipping them, quote unquote.
Will you run a perception check? As there does seem to be a smaller pile of corpses in front of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna run over to that, or I would.
Oh, sorry, yes. Let me give you that autonomy back.
What is
at
that thing?
Yeah, that you also kind of, as you get closer to this, you start to hear this squelching sound just past the other side of this pile. And this pile maybe comes about to the size of your hip. And you look over, and there's this purple globular collection of just tentacles and also semi-translucent mass in front of you, crawling amount this pile of bodies, as you see it kind of come across the shoulder joint for one of the torsos, and it just kind of rolls itself around it, and then it just presses itself in two different directions as you hear just a sucking pop as the arm kind of separates from the torso, and it kind of drags it off to one side and sets the arm across down, and then crawls back towards the torso to the other side, wrangling itself again around the next joint, and it's a nice sucking pop. The shoulder comes off again, and it seems to be dismantling.
I was gonna say that's exactly what that sounds like. That's amazing and gross. If there's a nice pile of arms, do you think it would mind if I just grabbed one?
That'd be an insight check, I guess.
Yeah.
But we're gonna It's an enigma. We will not go past this perception as well. As you approach this pile, with that thereof, and you just kind of were looking about it, and you kind of give a first little push to one side because there was a body part here that seemed in generally good condition. So you go to kind of lift one thing as you get distracted by this enigmatic pile of tentacles across the way. You look back, and in front of you there seems to be a body part in pretty good condition. In which at this point we leave it to complete Nutter Luck. If you will open up your tab for rollable tables, which is 2 left of your playlist, you have features and race.
Feature first?
We will be... Yes, let me actually reset both of
I was
those.
going to say, I think you'll have to reset it for me.
Yes, you'll be rolling a feature first.
All right.
All right. So you have a selection of organs from, if you roll race.
Ooh.
It seems a little more soft and one moment.
Malleable, perhaps?
Yeah, soft and malleable. And it kind of has a clay kind of texture to it, but it seems immaculate. There's no particular falling pieces from it, and it's all collectively together, and it has a kind of a grayer tone to it. But it seems to have the shape thereof the kind of midsection front of medicine check.
Medicine check. Wow, that was bad.
You can't entirely tell what part this was. It seems like an internal piece, definitely not an external piece that you expected. But it has almost like a faint magic to it. It seems at least from the corpse you're pulling out of, came from the lower midsection somewhere. Would you like to acquire it?
I will acquire it, sure.
So you reach down, you kind of grab this malleable clay-like piece, and you go to bring it into about your midsection, right up past your belly button, and you kind of bring it into your what would be your body for a moment, and you feel it kind of shift around for a second and kind of take place and hold itself suspended, just below your ribs, off to the side.
So now that I have this piece, I guess.
Oh yeah, sorry, I should say. When you double check your character sheet and you open it up.
Yep.
Under biography, will you take a note for me? You can either do it under just general notes, you can put it under appearances, wherever you'd like to take a note.
No problem, I got you. What am I noting? How do you want this notes done?
Go ahead and put in changeling instincts.
Changeling instincts. Okay. Noted.
Nice. Okay.
I suppose I would continue searching for more pieces.
Would you like to search this pile some more?
Well, I'm gonna go see if our friendly little squelcher will let me pick through the arms. I'm gonna walk that way. There's a lot of body parts.
You go to start approaching, and it seems to just mindlessly be doing its job. Kind of goes It's back and forth, kind of walking to and from. And the pieces it seems to be dismembering aren't generally all that great. They're very much just kind of mindlessly doing its job. It seems to pay you no mind.
Then I will take a quick glance around. Well, not quick. I would like to find pieces that aren't absolutely decayed. I'd like to find things that are fairly good quality, if you will.
Run a perception check.
All right.
You do notice that one of the corpses farther apart that has not yet been dismembered completely seems to have most of its parts completely intact.
Well,
roll of features to it.
wah.
We'll get to it.
Okay.
You go to kind of move about and kind of roll it over. You realize the entire back has been just clawed and torn apart. The entire backside, just two large gashes down it. But and as you kind of roll it over, you can see through the rib cage. The entire inside of it is completely intact. Roll the rates.
This is very neat, by the way. Hey, look, Dragonborn.
That of Dragonborn. So in here, since this one specifically you can click on, if you open up the Dragonborn page, you can take any of the features from the Dragonborn, particularly like Dragon Ancestry or Breath Weapon. If you do, you will also roll the Dragon table to see what color it is. A D10.
I can choose, like, for example, either breath weapon or direct damage resistance, not both.
Yeah. But again, you still have to roll the D10 to see which ancestry it is.
I will.
As the entire body seems just generally rotted, it's kind of hard to tell until you get your hands on it.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and take breath weapon.
And that D10?
D10.
The fifth one, it seems to be that of a coppery
Neat.
kind of color, kind of golden copper. You realize that as you kind of look past the claw marks that it was just above the rib cage and the collarbones, down the back of the other side of the spine. The entire throat end of it is just perfectly intact. So you give a second to where you kind of start to pull the collarbones and the neck parts apart for a second. You can kind of try and strength your way across that corpse. If you'd like to get the throat from it.
To get the throat, sorry? Yeah. I will attempt to do so. However, I need to do that. Or do I already get it?
Strength, sorry.
Ah.
And it's not, definitely not the most healthy body, so you go to kind of give a bit of a pull, that spine starts to separate and kind of pull apart from itself. You can start to feel almost like string and rope start to snap and pull. So you separate the shoulders and you pull apart the neck and separate that from the whole head is now kind of in your hand. The face still half falling off and the skull kind of exposed in some sections, but you can easily give it a nice little twist right around the jawline to separate the head from throat.
Yay.
You add that copper dragon breath weapon.
I did.
As you go to get that nice kind of nod to yourself as you kind of set that to you and you almost start to kind of clear your throat for a second. It feels a little different, but not too unfamiliar.
Close enough.
And it's with that clearing of throat that you see a bit of movement off to your side for a second. As some larger creature with 4 limbs, two normally just 5-fingered hands in the center of its torso, but then off of its shoulder rolling 2 larger crab claws, as its 2 inner hands have picked up the inside of a body and is holding the ankle up high, as the larger claw comes in the center and just snaps it at the hip, presses down, and severs the thigh from the hip for a second as the rest of the corpse falls to the ground as it takes a second to kind of turn. And next to it being a larger metal cart as it drops the leg into there.
Does
And
it
turns
seem
compacted?
sentient?
Give me an insight check.
This didn't go well last time. No fucking way.
It is an enigma.
God damn it.
How? At least
Unbolt.
you know. As you go, you cleared your throat at least. It definitely didn't seem to kind of turn or make eye contact with you, and it doesn't seem to be completely aware of your presence either.
Well, maybe we'll just keep it that way.
Wanna even try and roll a stealth?
I could. Those do look pretty good. Do the pieces over there look real nice?
You do generally at least notice that it seems to be the majority lower half of bodies over there. Definitely still, decayed and rotting, but a little
Yeah,
more organized.
I'll try and be sneaky, I suppose. We'll go look. We'll go look at. Oh my god.
You go to kind of lower yourself down, get yourself in a nice little half crouch for a second as you're maintaining complete stare at this clawed figure. You kind of start to inch your way forward. Seems to, not really pay you any good mind, but get you a general good perception to look for any good fishing parts out here.
Any good fishing parts? Is that what you said?
Yeah. You never fished with your toes before?
Well, 20 ain't bad.
Yeah. You find actually a good 2 or 3 pairs of legs sitting here in this pile that you could even choose between.
So roll features?
Yep.
Okay. And race.
A couple of these torsos still have their lower half coming down. And standing out the closer to you, the one that seems just, to make a little more cohesive sense of just being a full piece of torso, there seems to be this this midsection that sits atop the hips that for whatever reason just seem just super high speed, low drag, glossy, like perfect pair of kind of stubbier legs. But for some reason that that whole midsection hip area just looks real smooth.
I mean, if it looks good, let's grab it,
Yeah. We write gnome stone camouflage. And it is with this time as well that we will run another Constitution check. Or as you hear, once again, you kind of get your hips kind of situated and kind of floats for a second as you kind of set it into place, and that other larger mass that you had sitting about your midsection kind of starts to mold into it, and you can kind of feel a connection of tissue almost as the other piece you had kind of rolls and expands some tendrils across to it, and they kind of hook together. But you hear the same bell ring in the distance, and you feel that the gush of wind. You kind of clench first as this gust of wind comes directly across you.
Okay, so con save.
Yes, please. All right, and then a d4.
Yep. No, not 2d4. 1d4. Thank you very much.
Single d4. You take 2 points of damage.
Not so bad. It's not so bad.
Just found this this last feature. Your hip section, if you would.
Oh, right.
Yes.
The
But
no
yeah,
meat
this larger creature still seems to not take note of your presence. You've done a successful job at hiding, it seems.
Well, I'm gonna continue searching until I feel like I have a full flesh suit.
Yeah, you seem to remember there are a couple other pieces around here that looked in good conditions for lower half of a torso, some legs.
Excellent. Let's look at those and go grab them. How so? You want me to roll perception or table?
You're gonna still roll that feature table.
Okay, just double check. More feature.
Yeah, definitely. Once again, seems like that lower torso. This one seems generally more feline than not. But the you can definitely tell that it seems to have real slim kind of calves and legs for everything. But also towards the end of the feet, there are some pristine pair of claws attached to the legs there.
So I'll just take those and attach them, I suppose.
But tabaxi cat claws, like a nice pair of shoes. You kind of just give a quick twist to the end of that ankle, and it kind of just rolls right off the bone. You can slide your soulless feet into those new pair of shoes you just picked up.
Fucking wild, sir.
All right.
Okay. Let's continue searching around for pieces of flesh.
You got one more good check you can make here.
Okay. One more check or one more roll? Sorry.
I want to roll with that feature table.
Okay, just wanted to double check that. Ooh.
Why did he...
Senses.
Amongst this, why did he not actually move? 1 second. F5 this,
Yes, sir.
foundry. Alrighty. Take 2. There we go, yeah. So this larger guy kind of rolls over to 1 second and side, grabs what would be one of the more complete corpses off, and picks up one of the ankles, and with his other hand kind of grabs the more towards the armpit, separates it in half, leaving the legs as he kind of trots away for a second with the upper half. Reaches a little farther and snips off by the shoulder and keeps walking for a moment. And that's when you do get to roll over one of the lower corpses, and you kind of roll, and there's actually still the upper half of one of these corpses. We roll the race.
Heyo. All right.
And it seems it's just completely smooth, just like a nice polished stone top for the upper half of this this head. Seems again almost clay-like, and something that just kind of sits nicely for it. And you do notice that you get you have that moment where you just, the skull, while it has that malleability, you notice that the eye sockets in there seem just slightly hollowed from what you normally expect.
That's weird, but all right. It's
Would you like this?
Yeah, let's equip this
Okay.
wonderful piece of something.
Go ahead and put that changeling senses.
Senses. Wait, what are the senses? I didn't even think. I was thinking. I didn't even think about it. I was like, oh, I get another feature. Wait.
Will you go ahead and also roll a Constitution check?
Yes. What are
Go
the
and roll this.
senses exactly?
Go ahead and roll this this head into. You kind of stiff neck for a second as you tilt it to one side or another, and you kind of actually also feel this separation for a second as a little tear happens on the neck for a moment, but you settle back down. And the senses to this changeling, by the way, are just very generalized. You don't get a dark vision anymore.
Right. I realized it after I was like, oh yeah, I'll totally take that, and then I was like, oh wait, oh well.
But as you go and press this face to where it goes, you go to run your hand alongside your jaw, and you kind of start to feel like that clay start to roll for a second. You can press it to take the shape of your normal face, and you kind of roll towards your forehead. You can actually start to pull it into that shape thereof of where your horns should be. You get to mold this entire thing into your normal face shape.
That's neat.
Con check though.
Con check, yeah, that's what I was checking. I wasn't sure if you said con or wisdom.
Con check.
Ah.
And it's as you kind of get a second again, you kind of roll your head side to side. You feel those horns, those kind of familiar shape that you have. That you're kind of reopen your eyes and you look about, and this putrid smell hits your fucking nostrils. These newborn nose that you just get to collect gets this whiff of the corpse graveyard that you stand amongst, the dried blood and gore that just kind of you've been standing upon re-hits your senses that you've newly acquired, and you are assaulted with this burning putrid smell into your nostrils that make you grimace and kind of twist for a second, clear your throat that you just also recently got, and kind of you would go to try and take a full breath, and you kind of just feel that putrid burn kind of stop at your throat as you realize that you don't even have lungs for it to fill yet.
Lovely. No D4 though?
No D4?
Yeah. Well, seeing as I have cleansed this particular vicinity of viable options.
Run a perception real quick. You as you get your senses back, you also start to get to be able to hear a bit more sounds out in the distance. You get to hear more of a soft kind of bit of wind that kind of picked up across everything, and you get to even hear the shambling of the different beings about, and you hear a barked command almost start to mumble from a distance, Arshmia, Partigiraf, from the distance, as you kind of eyes look up, and just outside what these eyes can adjust to, you start to see a figure clad in this hazy armor for a second kind of bark and point across a pile of whatnots as the other one kind of goes about, and he kind of turns back to walk outside of your vision.
Maybe we go to the left and around? We're gonna go that way. Hey, look, more wispy things.
Once again, just kind of going about doing the things.
Let's go ahead and take a gander around these piles and see if there's anything.
Give me a nice perception for the pile.
Hi on.
This pile seems to also kind of mound out and roll farther along. Definitely seems to be a good collection of corpses here.
Well, we'll pick through and pick the nicest ones and see what they do.
Go ahead and roll me features.
Features! Now it's the last feature.
Yep.
Ah.
That of another stubbier body. You can still see this this gnome corpse almost that seems to be sitting there, and you see this kind of crystalline core sitting just shy of the rib cage, just at the base of the about where the diaphragm would sit. It's this kind of polished kind of just egg almost. It kind of reminds you of that gem before that you got to handle sitting there inside this corpse.
Interesting. I know that egg had a lot of magic in it, so I'd be interested in that egg.
For this, you can take either the rock gnome hardiness or his lore tinkerer.
I do not see hardiness. Will you tell me what that does?
The rock gnome ability score increase to get the constitution by 1.
Oh.
Lore or tinkerer.
What does tinkerer do? So I can have a toy. Huh. I'm interested in tinker, but a con score is pretty great. You know what? I'm gonna take tinker for fun, I think. That seems entertaining.
So as you go and grab this gem, and again, it pulled just shy of like the rib cage, and you don't have a rib cage in the way, so you just go and kind of press that about where it goes, and you can, as you do, you kind of feel that almost that warmth, that giddy and excitement that you had when you were a kid, as you were given small toys and different rocks and collections of things that you got to whittle wood into different shapes, and you just kind of remember just that fun, that glee that you had when you got to make things with your own hands. Kind of got you into blacksmithing and got to play with different things. You just have that reminiscing feeling, and had that the rock gnome tinkerer to your sheet.
Amazing. Great description, sir. Okay. What else is around?
Still good couple of corpses, maybe 1 or 2 farther in, but still good handful of corpses about.
Okay. So take another roll?
Mm-hmm. If you'd like, yeah.
I'll take another roll. Legs!
Mm-hmm. Rolling through, pushing one corpse to another, kind of wading through this collection of them. You find this beautiful, scaly pair of legs that seem perfectly intact, have everything across everything. All 10 toes included.
Hey! Question.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't I get tabaxi claws for feet?
Yes, you did. You roll a d10 real quick. So these this brassy color, kind of nice warmer tone to the entire thing. This pair of legs, still have their feet attached, so you'd have to just kind of wrangle those off. But they seem about the same length as what you had last time, so they wouldn't be any difference to your stride.
I'm not gonna look like an abomination or anything.
No, never.
No.
Would you like them?
Yeah.
Like to keep looking.
Can I haven't done any keep lookings. I will do more keep lookings.
All right. Kind of. Well, they look nicely. You just kind of maybe not with the amount of scales to them. Roll again. That was race. I need you to roll features again.
Oh, I thought. My apologies. I thought I was still doing legs. That's my bad.
Yep, you're good. You kind of toss it about, and there's just on the other side of those legs, there's another torso just past it that's in the same general collection. Looks pretty decent. Roll me that race table again. While it is generally mauled, it seems to almost match that thereof of your feet. Kind of look like the same ones that came before. Definitely smaller than normal, but in great great condition. It it could easily, still classify the same height that you were, but definitely smaller than you expected. You can choose between it being a medium or a small creature, depending on how you mold it to your soul.
Seeing as half of my pieces are small creature, what? I do have a high table question regarding that. We're Frankensteining this thing together, and I have definitely obtained some small creature pieces. Is it gonna? I mean, it'll look funny no matter what, but cohesively, it's just gonna be a medium or a small creature, and this is that choice.
This is that choice, yeah.
Ah. I suppose I can't ask you if I'll be this way forever.
No, probably not. Make an insight check.
Not sure what that'll work for, but hey. Whatever you want to throw, if you want to throw anything at all.
You realize that, currently, while the options are plentiful to pick through, good options are harder to find. You could still spend some more time here, but that bell do be a ticking every now and again. So, it's up to you whether or not this will be your final choice. But as far as if you're stuck with it forever, survival is always a continuously changing game. You never really expected to be here in the first place either. So
that's also valid. Okay, additional high table question, and then I'll stop high tabling. But if I take like this particular piece, does it come with a specific ability? And do I know what that is beforehand?
For this one, no. You would just be taking the torso for it, which I'll describe.
Sure. What the fuck? I don't have legs, right? So I'm not incohesive. Great. Okay, I have a plan. This is a terrible plan. I'm gonna take this torso at medium, please.
So you reach down, you kind of you realize the head's not in great condition, kind of crushed for whatever it was, and the hip seems generally about the same. But you get to kind of
small. I'm sorry.
You get to kind of twist it off a little bit and separate the two of them, and you realize that the entire rib cage just kind of got some flexibility. You can kind of pull it apart a little bit as the sternum's not completely connected. So you get to kind of pull it for a second and kind of slide your arm down one end of the torso and kind of put it on backwards like a jacket as it kind of wraps around those other two pieces that you have, and that inner mass that you had sitting about your stomach, liver area kind of starts to mold and web itself from where the hips before across to the other, and it kind of starts to kind of stretch itself across your entire midsection. You feel it kind of start to pull and press everything together. But yeah, no, you kind of roll your shoulders for a second, and much like a tight shirt that's just a size too small, it's not the same before, but it still fits. And at the same time,
Okay. I'm tired.
you hear once before a nice bell ring and a gust of wind kind of blow across you for a second. Definitely less of a gust, but that kind of press of wind kind of baffers against the side of your actual face. You can feel that kind of press against you for a second and roll, but your entire legs kind of roll out from underneath you, and you kind of fall to the ground as the weight of this torso you just collected kind of doubles over for a second. Your arm kind of slams to the ground. You roll that d4.
Yes, sir. Marked. Hey, I'm injured now. Look at me go.
You realize as your shoulder kind of slams to it, your entire internals kind of rock for a second, and that clay size mass kind of holds everything together, but you even kind of feel your ankle kind of twist and roll for a second. As you kind of got to reach down and re-put on that shoe as your foot kind of slipped from out of that clawed selection you had before.
I lose my feet?
No, they're still there. They just kind of slipped for a second.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna be sad. I'm going for a thing here. At this point, I would like to specifically look for furry tabaxi legs.
Give me a perception.
Yay!
A pretty good perception for it. You're scrying through this entire pile of what you got, and you're moving a little farther down. You don't particularly notice them, but you do notice that off to the side, there's a large cart, in which one of these other clawed creatures has been picking through this corpse pile of what you can tell have been generally unique, different bodies. While a lot of these are, completely mangled and beyond general racial recognition, these kind of seem to be in more better condition and still have some of their pieces that are identifiable. And you kind of see him kind of start to be able to grab a couple of more completed corpses and load them into this large metal cart at one point. And he kind of takes what he had left and starts to wheel the cart off in one direction.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna go towards the weird body pile, obviously. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. You run a stealth check for me?
Boy, that's a big body over there.
Okay. Generally as before, they're working, and you're trying not to be completely conspicuous about it. You kind of tuck yourself down, kind of roll in among the bodies, trying to make sure you uphold your torso pretty well as you crawl forward.
Okay. In this pile of bodies, I would like to look for furry tabaxi legs if possible, but I am open to other options.
Run another perception check. Just generally going through it, you find a half-crushed tabaxi part, but it seems like the legs are generally inoperable, and that the whole upper torso and head were already cleaved from it and taken.
Were there other good parts here that I could obtain?
There seems to be a couple of good torsos in here for sure.
Do I need a torso? Probably need a torso. I have a torso, specifically.
You're missing another piece, though.
Oh, the heart. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'll go ahead and look through these for a torso. Or legs, I suppose. Do I roll the table? Feature table?
Yeah, roll the feature table.
Oh, it is the torso, in fact.
And then race.
No shit. No shit.
Yeah, that one kind of sticks out to you, and the torso's still really good. And you realized in yours, yours was missing. It still has its heart still nicely pumping in there. Kind of still has a half twitch as it almost tries to push whatever liquids it's had in it still out. And you realize that as you reach for it, it has all the capabilities to do what yours had originally, and you feel that kinship with it.
I will absolutely take that route.
Your primary stats remain unchanged.
Hey, actual? That's crazy.
Yeah, it was a possibility. So, all right, yep.
Take it.
But once again, as a general look over, you don't seem to find too many tabaxi pieces, other than what you did. You could try and get one more good look through, but
I mean, I'll do a look through for everything. If I happen to see a tabaxi, I would love to take that, but also the heart is the ability scores, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just putting it in my notes is all.
Yep.
Perception check, you say? I don't think you said, but I'm doing it anyway.
Yeah. No, yep. Doesn't seem to be any remaining
Alright.
intact tabaxi corpses.
Dang. Well,
Or really anything that's sizable for. It's also about this time that the one that had wandered off with the cart comes back with an emptier cart, and this the one that had been working about on the other side of this pile seems to be moving his cart as well at this point, kind of walking it around the corpses here and passing by you, and you kind of notice he kind of stops for a second as he even slows for a moment, and kind of his head turns over towards you and meets your gaze for a moment, and kind of stops for a second, and his head kind of twists to the side.
just gonna do the shh motion.
Kind of stops, and then across the way there's that same kind of from across the pile, and he kind of continues what he's doing, moves along, carrying the cart with him.
Amazing.
Wanders off. That's when he stops what he was doing and kind of continues to pick up a couple corpses. As one of the other slimes that have been in the kind of center of the pile kind of rolls out for a second, and you see, and then two of the larger gems that you'd seen before kind of coiled up inside of it. It kind of rolls up to the side of this thing and kind of extend itself to present those two. So he kind of grabs each one of those and drops them into the cart.
Interesting. Is the stuff that went into the cart really nice?
Seems generally, yeah.
Can I sneak into the cart and take one of the things in the cart?
I mean, it's a stealth check, but yeah, you can.
Oh.
You know, you kind of lay yourself kind of low, start crawling across this pile of corpses.
Scooch. Scooch. Scooch,
And,
scooch, scooch. Scooch.
You, rolling across, and this slime kind of seems to pay you no mind for a second as it kind of rolls across and goes back into the corpses, and the one here is still just lifted up this large pile of legs nearby and just kind of starting to saw through the leg for a moment. But it's as you kind of start crawling across for a second that you once again hear that barking command. Epor Amara. Your eyes kind of look up for a second as you see this large knight, full clad still in his wispy form, kind of looking at your general direction and kind of pointing at you.
Well, I haven't been noticed, so I guess I'll just. I'm gonna stand up and wave.
Kind of he puts his hand off to the side for a second. The other hand kind of falls to the edge of his to the hilt of his sword. Aramasha, ara, and he points off to the side direction.
You just ara me.
Seeing how much I can get away with here.
No fucking shit. Okay, I'm sorry. What did he do? Because I was entirely distracted.
Pointed off to his left side, and his right hand kind of falls to his sword for a second. He kind of points off in the direction that the last cart went.
But he saw me and he's pointing to the other cart.
Yeah, he's just kind of giving a general language and words you don't really understand. Roll an insight.
I was gonna ask, can I figure it out through insight?
He seems to be generally directing and telling you to go off. It kind of reminds you of the times that you had to listen to Grom bark and give you directions and orders. He seems to trying to get you back to work.
I see. Okay, I'll just go that way. But as soon as he turns his back, I'm looking in the cart.
Kind of gives this kind of grumbling as he kind of starts to watch you start to move, and just shakes his head. Bottoms, and kind of takes a second more to kind of walk over to the side.
Okay.
You said you wanted to stop and look at the cart. It should be sitting about there.
Yeah. I was like, I'm totally doing that regardless.
You walk up next to the cart, and this other guy kind of leans over back and kind of sets a little limb into the side, and you realize it has this nice kind of black glow and sharp fingertips to the side. And he reaches over to a head and plucks with his other hand a pair of horns off of it, and kind of sees you underneath his arm, shoulder for a second, stops and kind of just stares at you.
I'll wave.
Sets things down. The other claw that's across from you kind of stops for a second and snaps in the air and slowly kind of tries to mimic your wave back.
I'll give him a thumbs up and start digging through the thing.
You do notice a couple of kind of nicer pieces, all kind of the more rare pieces, the harder things to find in this collection of cards, but all things that you currently have.
All the things I already have. I'm looking for legs,
Yeah.
so let's go find some legs.
Why don't you roll a perception for the inside of the cart? Yeah, nothing particularly stands out to you inside
Damn.
here, other than a bunch of things you have. Seems to have returned to his work as well.
Weren't there a bunch of legs right down to the south of me?
Was a pile you passed by. You did pick through the majority of it, though.
Yeah. Well, really, at this point, I just need to find some legs. So, wherever I'm just gonna wander around till I find them.
At this point, this other guy kind of turned back around and is also looked at you before, and you hear this barking back for "Hey, part dipper deck, rabbitishka."
Dipper deck.
And kind of turn around and very frustratingly at this point kind of brought his shoulders together, one of his hands on his hip, the other one kind of has a full grip on his hilt.
I will immediately wander this way towards the cart to help with legs.
Yep, you have this one kind of ahead of you walking across as this the thing starts to flatten out, and there's a big gap of area without the without any kind of bodies, a very flat land for a second across a large expanse. As he starts to travel across this, you see a large bright light kind of start to shine across him from in front of him. And it's with that same time a bell tolls out.
Goddamn bell.
And you see him pushing this cart kind of double over in pain for a second as his entire body kind of rolls to it. As he seems like he's been struck in the back as this wave of wind rushes by you as well. Roll that d4.
Yes, sir. Ugh.
You kind of feel that entire force kind of hit you in the back of what your knees would be as you kind of fall and slam to the ground for a moment. You feel your entire, where your feet slip off for a second and hit the ground behind you, they tumble away. You'll have to turn around and pick those up.
I will do so, yeah.
But you were continuing forward. But 1 second. I definitely did not give you a token.
What the fuck is this?
Get you over there.
Wow, they're so sorted.
You kind of cross this expanse, and you does this thing not have vision for you?
No, I can see everything. I can see everything.
Yeah, why does it not? But stand by. Apparently, I turned that off.
Standing by. As soon as I come across some legs, I want to sift through that, though, to be clear.
Yeah. So, ironically, the first pile you kind of come through, there's a couple other workers going about, kind of pulling things out of the cart as the first guy kind of came through, parked it about halfway. And there's been a couple guys kind of literally walk up, grab a couple pieces, and start to pull them towards their organized piles. And these are more humanoid shapes and faces as they're kind of grab what they can, move it over to the designated pile. And the first pile you come up to is a large collection of just different legs.
Lovely. I'd love to look through that pile of legs.
Will you roll me a race table?
Oh, what? I don't need to roll a feature?
Nope, just legs.
Hey!
You recognize a couple of pieces you know, seem familiar with. You know, passing about. You could always take these if you like, but still just roll through.
Could I keep an eye on these legs and do a quick look around?
Could set them off to the side.
Yeah, you kind of set them off to the side where they won't get buried necessarily, and look specifically for like maybe some fuzzy tabaxi ones, because I am going for a theme.
Well, from the percentage.
Percentage.
And then a perception. The odds are in your favor. That's not a bad perception roll.
It's not
Get
bad.
you some tabaxi legs, and then you passing through this pile, pushing things around, and they're just legs. You push them around, you find one. You find that is the fur that matches your feet. And you look at another one, and the pattern's a little different. When you go grab at the other half of it, and has the whole legs that kind of match. Just one's kind of yellowed and brown. One's more of a brown and yellow. But they're right. They are fuzzy.
I will definitely, as long as they're in good condition, I will take them.
And like individual pant legs, more like a stockings you've seen on those fancier women. You kind of slide and kind of kick the foot over to the side for a second and slide this entire thing up to your calf, and it sits and kind of you wriggle the hip into it for a second, and you doesn't fully connect, but it seats in there nicely as it kind of pops your kind of the bones together for a second. You grab the other one, do the same thing. You shimmy it all the way up the leg, kind of roll and push your hip into it and kind of put some weight onto it and feel that pop in there as that bone kind of seats into the hip. And you put your tabaxi feet back on as these two kind of mesh and kind of roll together really well. As
Fantastic.
You kind of shift your weight for a second. Yeah, you got the majority of your entire body here all together. You don't feel those effects of any kind of wind anymore, and you can kind of fully relax your kind of entire body. So you feel whole again.
I'm whole. Is there anything that I should write down for the tabaxi legs other than tabaxi legs?
Tabaxi legs, yeah.
Okay. I would not expect so, but there's not options to like try and change out pieces of myself, correct?
There are options to do so, yeah.
Oh.
Actually, it is not completely bolded, but at the top of the feature table, it specifies that.
Parts can be discarded. Oh, yes, it does. It does. It does. It does.
Specify which piece you'd like to lose, and
see if I
we
can
can
find another
discuss
one.
such. No?
I mean, I'm not upset with what I have, but I'm also kind of like,
You could always search for things without discarding it first, and trade them out when you find something to change it with.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, I would like to possibly change out the stone camouflage and the tinker specifically.
This larger guys kind of rolls by you with an empty card at a time.
I'm gonna wave at him.
Pays you no general mind.
Okay, so yeah, the tinker and the stone camouflage, both of which are features, I believe. Those are the only ones I really care to change out necessarily.
Mm-hmm. And the tinker, that was much thereof just kind of like a stone that you have in your lower section, and the camouflage is more towards your actual hips themselves. So you probably look more towards the torsos for both of those.
Okay. So do I need to roll? Do I head up to the torso?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Roll me a perception.
Weird.
And as
Hey.
of features. I won't really worry too much about rolling the feature table, but if you roll a race.
Sir. Come on, Tabaxi.
You
All
go
right.
and kind of roll one of the first ones over, and one sticks out to you as there's the entire, midsection chest down that is completely mechanical. And while the outside seems charred and burned and brittle, the inside seem generally well together, which is surprising for you. You expected it to be, completely burned, but in there's it seems all the internals are completely solid, and there even is a small pumping mechanism in there as well that seems to fit the majority of the hips.
Yeah, you know what? For funsies, I'll discard whichever of the two I need to.
That would be the cunning part, or
Stone camouflage.
Stone camouflage. Yeah, sorry. It's just like gnome. That's what it was. Gnome stone camouflage. To do so, you make a Constitution check.
Oh.
As you go to disconnect the hips for a second, you kind of push down on both of those, but then you kind of dig your hands into your own hips and start to pull, and then start to feel that your own soul had kind of started to integrate with this, and you were ripping it from your own soul for a second. But you grit your teeth for a moment, you kind of pull, and you realize that it's kind of yanking your hips forward. You push yourself back, and you pull them out of yourself, kind of set them to the side. And you feel a cool, nice rush across your entire ass, as you felt like almost water. This difference of temperature rush for a moment, and go grab this other mechanical pumping section.
Is that
go
going
to
to connect with me well? That's my question.
You go to go place it in there, and you realize that the socket's there for the hip bones for it. And your upper midsection, as you go to kind of place it in that area, the other large mass that was sitting halfway across you seems to still reach out and kind of grab into different tinkering areas and pull everything in. Will you add Warforged Sentry Rest?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been pulling these up on the sides. This is super entertaining. Got it. Okay.
You want to keep searching, or?
I want to try to search for one more thing to replace Tinker.
So mostly focused here on the torsos, yeah. So you're looking more for one of those orbs. If you'll search for races again.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, you you passing through everything, and you notice kind of one that has like a violet kind of hue to it. There's one of these corpses that seems a little more leathered and definitely almost polished by sand. You think of the different glass features, but this one, kind of smooth like that. But inside that torso, you see that kind of purple, the round gem piece that is more violet and purpled than not. Kind of reflects the light a little different.
Yeah, let's take that.
So you have to you kind of separate your hip for a second as you kind of reach above that section you just replaced, but you kind of have to dig your fingers into your own midsection and kind of reach for that orb inside the torso that you've already placed here, and you start to try and pull it out. Will you make a Constitution check?
Absolutely. I would love to make a Constitution check to hurt myself.
Still gritting your teeth with some good sense of yourself, you dig your fingers into your own belly as you reach in there and find perch on that other orb you had placed inside you. you go to pull it out, and it definitely has some resistance to the torso, as it kind of definitely had its own embedded sense for itself. Will you take a D4 damage?
Yeah, absolutely. Feels reasonable to me, you know?
It kind of sucks and pulls on itself as it kind of comes out with a nice pop. You realize that there is space to put this other violet orb in.
Excellent. Let's go ahead and do that.
You feel a tingling in your whole spine kind of roll for a second. You feel that sensation kind of well from the orb as it kind of finds a space to set itself in the back of your torso, more towards your spine. You feel kind of ebb through you. Run an Arcana check.
Arcana check? Or...
Yeah.
Yep, that seems right.
It doesn't completely make sense to you, but it seems that you can feel that same well of energy that you feel when you rage kind of emanate from it. You feel the capability to kind of pull some mana and something from it. Doesn't completely make sense, and it's not something that you're familiar with. What will you put on your sheet? Get Yankee Psionics.
I was so excited. I was hoping you'd give me that one. Well worth it. I've been looking at him like, yeah, this looks neat. I don't think I necessarily need to change anything else out. Let me see here.
It's also with this that next to you, you realize one of the guys who are working has kind of stopped and has been watching you doing what you're doing.
How's it going? Oh wait, hang on. How's it going?
Just that as you get used to that new throat, right?
Yep. That's exactly. We're just in character right now.
And he kind of just sees what you're doing, and kind of see his head, and he kind of nod up and down, Orosoro, and kind of just turns back to what he was doing, and kind
Dipper
of
deck.
moves down a little more. One of the other larger creatures moves a cart out, and the one at the same time kind of is rolling in with another new cart.
Absolutely waving both of them.
Yep. And the one that kind of came in kind of was a little closer to you and kind of slows, makes eye contact for a second, and then just kind of keeps rolling by.
I would like to approach one of these. Oh no, I can't understand anything they say.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea how to ask for a translator. I guess I'll just go wander. I want to follow them. Where are they taking the carts? I mean, just here getting unloaded, right?
Yeah, this one has kind of stopped here, and they started taking a lot of the larger body parts from everything. But you realize that the cart's not completely empty whenever he starts to wheel it farther off and up here to the left.
Oh. Well, let's follow him, I guess. Hello.
And in the edge of your sight here, you see a larger figure with these two outspread wings. His large sword kind of sits to his hip as he's kind of has it just kind of posted sideways, and he's kind of just with his other hand kind of picking at his teeth for a second, absent-mindedly, just kind of standing about, kind of turning himself and kind of very nonchalantly just standing here at the end. But the cart here kind of rolls to the end as the larger one here kind of starts to pick through and pull a couple things, pull them up towards the edge of the cart, and you hear the sound of a flapping wings as in from your sight comes this large serpent-like creature kind of suspending itself softly with these periodic rhythmic flap of wings as it kind of comes forward and coils its lower half down into the cart, and you see it pull up an entire completed corpse that seems generally intact, maybe a little older if anything, but it kind of pulls it and starts to pull it farther away.
Does Big Angel Dude look friendly?
Does he look what? Sorry.
Friendly.
Give me an insight check.
This works so well.
Wow.
It's the best one yet. He seems the most intelligent out of everyone. And he's just kind of hanging about. He's not doing work unlike any of the others.
He seems like somebody overseeing things. I'm gonna approach him because I don't know what else to do in this situation.
And he kind of turns towards you for a second. And he kind of stops picking his teeth and kind of sets his hand down for a second. And his big toothy grin kind of comes up, and he smiles with his entire face and just and he kind of beckons you forward.
I'll wave at him and step up. About this close.
Garashna. He kind of takes a second as you get closer and takes this whole kind of inhale. He kind of sniffs this Marasha, Marara, and he kind of still beckons you, kind of opens his hand. Garasha.
What does he want me to do?
Just kind of welcomed you up here, and he kind of just gives this general greeting to you.
I will wave and say hello.
Doro, ara, and he kind of scratches his head for a second. Oh, Shara, para forum, gara some goroisa. Run a history check for me for a second. As he kind of scratches his chin for a second and closes his eyes, he's kind of rolling through some things. He's starting to kind of mumble and say a couple of different things to himself. You do recognize that one of the things he said was that same sound that your sister had made before when she was greeting the dragons. As he's just kind of rolling through Oroma Shara Oros.
Can I repeat the greeting that I kind of practiced a little bit?
Performance.
Oh. Boy, I hope this goes better than it did with the dragons. Nope.
You give this kind of the whole throat kind of trembles for a second as you tried to make some words, and he kind of furrows his brow and Garish Portafums Garasasarisa some, and he kind of taps his chin. Olos. He kind of stops for a second.
Nope, I got nothing. I'm just gonna give him the universal shrug.
And he kind of stops for a second, taps his chin, and he kind of tilts his head to the side. Osa, Ishire? And he points at you with it.
Ishide? I will.
You repeat that back to him?
I will nod and Ishide, and I'll give him like a thumbs up.
Arashama, use with the common tongues, yes?
Oh, that is correct, sir. I speak the common.
Yes. As we go. And his whole face kind of lights up and smiles again. Too many has come through this area. It takes a moment to tune yourself to accommodate such guests. Rare in these areas.
You are very well learned to know so many languages.
Of course, it's common to this be plentiful time to take and get to know people come for. It seems today is just more of the luckier days. Visitors come more for the most reasons than not. Use knows the Ishadirs.
Yeah, hello, my name is Malachite. What may I call you before we begin our conversation?
Oh, of
Of course, you kinds must go through names of greetings. As please you call me Gorfunks.
Orfunks.
Gorfunks, yes.
Gorfunks.
Yes. Yes. Not the greatest with your spellings, but the best of pronunciations your cast with your language.
This is great. Wonderful. Gorfunks, it is pleasure to meet you. You mentioned Isha Day. Did you happen to meet a juniper either as well?
He kind of toils for a second.
Or a
Do you
Caliban.
means the mute one? And he kind of taps to his face and across his neck. I had a gray one before with horns like yours that didn't talk any. She's passed through and then went missing. I've not seen her.
She looked... Oh, right, I have a tiefling head. Do I have a tiefling head? Hang on.
You do have a tiefling head. You have a changeling head that you made look like a tiefling.
Right, that's right. Okay, thank you. They looked like me? Okay. They don't
Quite.
talk.
They're similar-esque, more feminine, if you would. She's also had the same air about you, just as welcoming, more. And he kind of puts his hand to his chin for a second. Just as scrumptious as you are.
Scrumptious.
Yes, you have very appealing air to you. Good, as your people say, vibe. Just glad to have more company, of course. Kind of places his hand to his chest for a second. Kind of rubs against his collarbone.
What was the last line that he said? Because I didn't quite catch it.
A good vibe amongst.
Good vibe. Okay, thank you. Yes, they are very good vibe. We very much enjoy them, and I am looking for both Ishide and Juniper, who is the mute one. Could you perhaps direct me in whatever direction they have last gone in any knowledge of where I am?
He kind of rolls his hand to the back of his neck and. Yes, it is one we know of. Your other one you speak of, Junis. She's, again, we don't know where she's been, but she's been here. She left. I just not know. Something we've been looking for ourselves. Not the safest out here. But if she would have gone to our nearby town.
There is town. Yes,
Yeah.
what direction is town?
He rolls his shoulder and kind of exposes the area off behind him, and well, a little far out in the distance, you can almost start to make out the shape of walls out there. Our simplistic, humble abode is not too much, but there's plentiful of an area out yonder.
See. What is it you're doing here, if I may? There's a lot of bodies.
Yes, you've come to a quite interesting place. Our simple abode is that of, I believe your words to be recyclings. We take the parts and pieces of the unfortunates to just be able to repurpose those thereof. I mean, you should understand. And he kind of gestures to you up and down. It seems you've made use of our services. I'd hope you've not planned on taking ownership with things that weren't yours without some form of payments.
Yeah, of course not.
What do you
Nice.
accept as payment? I don't really have much.
His eyes kind of narrow for a second. Of course. Worldly desires are not something we really take much of a collection. Some of them's higher ups, mayhaps, but I notice the Lord around here mostly takes entertainments as the best inputs. And he kind of runs his hand back to his chin. There's always plenty of work to do, and some tasks you could find. Some that take more of the eccentric services. His eyes kind of come back to that toothy, back to smile. He's just, if you're willing to indulge people, maybe you could repay.
So, like, they want a performance?
Oh, yes, quite. The more entertaining you could be, the better. He kind of
See,
smiles
that's
and puts
weird.
that finger to his chin.
What exactly is the performance you're looking for?
Oh, no. It's not necessarily for me. It would be the performance at the end of the one that you are indebted to in this case, if you plan on keeping all those little pieces you've collected.
Just for now, but who would I be indebted to then?
Well, the Grand Lord of our nearest abode. The symbol is Magodararo Lords is quite easy to entertain, I promise.
What is Lords of City name?
For our simple kinds, we may just only address him as the Lord of Creations. He's quite particular about his addresses, if you would.
Ah, and what is proper way to address him or them when I arrive in the city of Mogadaro?
Yes. Magu.
Magodaro.
That is, as such, as before, you can just address him as the God of Creations, or Lord, if you would, depending on how his mood should be and how much you like to favor him. But as far as meeting him should take just a jaunt of time. He's a busy fellow, as you understand. If you like, I could get my associate to get you some time to meet him. Which, as such, I believe he was the one to take or to guide the Ishatiers on forward.
Yes, that would be wonderful to collaborate together and make meeting. I would love to find my friend Ishade and sister, the mute one, Juniper.
Yes. Seems finding the two of them shall be quite a task. It should be almost simplistic for you. It's just slight complication. You see, our dearest city lord is a little almost strict about say transportation thereof personnel through the city. He's very, how you say, wary? He's complicated.
Well, I am not any threat, obviously. I just want to make payment on body.
Quite. No, threats are not much of a concern. He just has, how's your word, is protocols for it. That's understood?
Yes, protocols. What is protocols and how do we get about the meeting, of course?
Yes, we shall. He kind of takes a second to turn for a moment. Shall do such if you come this way. He kind of wanders over this way for a moment and grab one of them. You notice in front of you is this small iron cage in front of you, about 4 feet by 4 feet base, and kind of raises up about 5 feet high. And you don't see particularly any kind of door to the top of it, or to the sides of it either. And he kind of wanders forward, and it's such an annoyance, I understand, but all the newest entries without permits is the only best way for entrance to our humble cities. Unfortunately, through a process that might be demeaning to your kind.
That does not sound very good.
He kind of walks all the way up to it, and you see him kind of reach his hand to the top of it and kind of grabs underneath it, and he lifts the entire lid to the cage as it kind of shakes and grinds for a second as the entire top half kind of lifts off. You'd have to come forward with my associates inside such container.
You want me to willingly get in cage to go into city?
Well, if your alternative would be that of a much long wait for processing citizenships and all the such as this is the same way your Ishide went forward.
Son of a bitch.
Quite the way
What
forward
what did the mute one choose? Do you know? Did she walk off?
Of course. She wandered off before I got to give her the full invitation. She's merely just made her presence known and wandered away. I've yet to find her, but mayhaps you run into her in the city.
This best option. Fine, I will get in weird cage thing.
Oh, of course. And he kind of bends over for a second. He puts his hand about halfway down. You realize his hand is about the size of your entire calf for a second. He kind of leans it down to the side of it to kind of help you be able to climb into the side of it. To kind of offer a foothold. And just kind of, yes, this would be just a moment, of course. We'll get you out as soon as possible. Go to climb, and he kind of lifts you up till you can get over to the top of the bars and kind of sets you in. Ooh, watch your head. As he starts to lower the top of this cage down. You gotta kind of crunch yourself over, and kind of almost sitting would be more comfortable, but you'd at least have to be hunched over to not have your head pressed against the inside of this cage.
Okay. So I am in the cage. Got it.
It's at this, he kind of stops for a second, and you hear a kind of a grind and a twist above your head on the other side of this for a second, and you kind of small. Because now, if you would, I should. I mean, my friends, you shall just go. Of course, I cannot leave my abode and my post thereof current. I shall summon him. He shall come take a part. Just a moment. Gregaria!
Oh man, of this.
And in comes this another larger, but slightly different hued beast in front of you as well. This figure kind of comes. What's the matter? What's the matter? He comes, he screams, and oh, you have another friend you've made. Of course, we've done plenty of guest work. It's as if you do the same. Go bring him to our Aishadir. I'll leave him in your tender care. Don't have fun without me before my post is done. And he kind of turns back to him as he kind of saunters his way over and ducks next to your cage. Just, oh, dear one, welcome. Yes. He kind of places a hand to his chin. you smell just as lovely as the others. And he kind of presses a finger to the inside of his lip and just, I can't wait to have fun with you. Kind of reaches down to grab the edge of the cage and lift you and the cage entirely as he grabs and twists you off to pick up the entire cage and saunter towards the city. Where we will end today's.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of this situation I found myself in. Juniper made the right choice.
Oh, you can tell her that yourself. But that will end today's mini session.
Well done on the little planetar looking fellas, by the way. They're creepy as fuck.
Good.
It was so much. It was so much to unpack. There's some trauma here somewhere. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this seems like a
can
good place to end.
happily say, for the three of you, I did not have to use my battle magic. Nobody went in swinging. Let's go. Yeah.
Hey, not yet.
Oh,
I have
Caliban.
nothing left. I'm injured. I have no rages. I have no magical awareness. I got nothing.
Do
I
you
don't even have
have
this
your
stuff.
inventory?
Yeah, I don't have anything. Because I keep looking at my inventory like, oh, there's stuff. Oh, no, I don't have anything because no body. Good job. This is a great mini session. Did you literally just do the same session for all of us so far?
So far, yes.
Just individually?
To a point. I mean, obviously everybody went their own ways for it, but yeah. Generally, we all followed the same path.
That's such a neat idea.